Chapter 22-28. Why would I care about you? I'm just afraid that your enemies will come and drag me down when they see me together with you. But since you're looking for trouble, I'll naturally fulfill your wish. Come at me if you're not afraid of death. Zi Xieching's face turned red, and she was filled with murderous intent. She naturally knew that Chu Yang still hadn't forgotten about the bet. She was still thinking about it and still wanted to do that and that. But I won't let you do it. If you really dare to come, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Zi Xieching gritted her teeth and thought bitterly. It seemed that with Meng Wuya's breakthrough, Chu Yang had once again entered the next period of rapid development. The divine spirit of the calamity had been floating outside. Now, as long as it saw the falling flowers every day, the divine spirit of the calamity would feel happy from the bottom of its heart. The huge amount of evil qi accumulated over the past 1,000,000 years was becoming weaker and weaker. Yang Kai believed that in time, it would definitely be completely eliminated. When all the evil qi was eliminated, it would probably be the time when Tribulation's divine soul ascended to a new realm. And Brother Tiger, his strength had completely recovered. During this period of time, he was getting lazier and lazier. Every day, he would squat on Chu Yang's shoulder and take a nap on Tai Butian's or Wu Qianqian's shoulders. Every day, he would look sleepy and unable to wake up from his slumber. This situation made Chu Yang really angry. It was really hard to imagine how this guy could cultivate to such a level when he was so lazy. How could those cultivators who cultivated hard every moment of every day endure this? Chu Yang took out a batch of heaven-earth arcane yellow fruits. Therefore, the three medicine spirits joined hands and hugged Chu Yang's thighs, desperately trying to keep one for themselves. Then Zi Xieching had one, Chu Yang had one, Wang Dao and the others shared one, Huyan Aobua and the other brothers' wives shared one. Lightning Snake, Duan Sankong, and the other 3 sabermen shared 2. And some were scattered throughout the heavenly armament pavilion. They sat in rows and shared the fruits. In short, on the night of the fruit sharing, thunder rumbled in the sky above the heavenly armament pavilion. The noise was more than 100 times louder and lasted for the whole night. On this day, the sky was clear and cloudless, and the sun was shining high in the sky. Falling flowers were everywhere. It was rare for the people of the heavenly armament pavilion to break through to a new stage today. No one attracted the heavenly punishment. The whole Luohua city was relieved. The Tang family's 3rd young master ran over to report the good news, grinning from ear to ear. Under Chu Yang's strong support, his auction house had been gathering wealth from all over the world in one place. Under the temptation of the endless precious treasures that Chu Yang took out, the huge amount of purple cloud coins was like the rising tide of the sea, one wave after another, each wave higher than the previous one. The Tang family's 3rd young master directly counted the money until his hands cramped up. Then he brazenly did something. He transferred 20 people from the family. Your mission is to specifically count the money for this old man. You must count clearly for me. I'll get 2 more people to do the bookkeeping. Then the 22 of you will work full-time, counting money and keeping accounts. Then he ran over to find Chu Yang. Wahaha, Big Brother Chu, you are my idol from the bottom of my heart. You are my dream lover. You are my... The Tang family's 3rd young master, who was as tall as a bamboo pole, rushed over at lightning speed. He was overflowing with enthusiasm. Don't, please don't. Which part of me did you see? I'll change, okay? Minister Chu panicked and dodged. It was really not a good thing to be remembered by a man like this. Please don't change. I just admire you too much. The Tang family's 3rd young master was about to pounce on him again. Calm down. Chu Yang raised his hands and begged for mercy. Don't be agitated. Please don't be agitated. I can't stand this. Big brother, you don't know we have made a fortune. The Tang family's 3rd young master swayed his, but on the spot, singing and dancing around Chu Yang with his face flushed red. His saliva could almost cover the whole Luohua city. "We have made a fortune. Ha ha ha, we have made a fortune. Dong 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 dong. Dong dong dong. Dong dong chong chong, dong dong chong." Everyone closed their eyes and turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Zi Xieching looked at a certain singing and dancing bamboo pole and was speechless for a moment. Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, the Tang family's third young master suddenly seemed to have remembered something important. He shouted and laughed loudly, then suddenly turned around and ran away like a galloping horse. As he ran, he shouted and laughed. Her, dong 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 dong. Fuck, I forgot, how could I forget? In an instant, he was like a horse that had its but chopped by a knife. He turned a corner and disappeared. His speed was so fast that even Chu Yang and Zi Xieching were surprised. What is he doing here? What is he doing here? Chu Yang looked at the people around him in confusion. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads in unison. They were all so confused. This guy ran over like this, then excitedly swayed his butt and danced yanko, singing and dancing for a while, and then ran away. From the beginning to the end, they were confused. What kind of rhythm was this? Everyone was stunned for a while. Suddenly, one person burst out laughing, and then the whole crowd burst into laughter. Presumably, this guy was so excited that he couldn't tell north from south anymore. That's why he made such a scene. Just as they were laughing, everyone's expressions suddenly tensed up. They saw dark clouds gathering in the sky like a mountain. Could it be that someone has attracted heavenly punishment again? That was impossible. Who was it? Everyone looked at the dark clouds in the sky, confused. With a swoosh, Zi Xieching took the lead and leaped into the clouds. After a short while, he returned. Between the heavens and the earth, everything is like this. It is as if dark clouds have filled the entire Demon Emperor sky. What's going on? Isn't it a little too loud? Chu Yang was extremely puzzled about this. As the saying goes, there is no wind within 10 miles and no rain within 100 miles. Even if it was because of the weather that the entire Demon Emperor's sky was attacked by wind and rain, there should still be a sequence of events. It was impossible to say that all the days were cloudy. That was impossible. It did not conform to the weather standards at all. However, the current situation was clear. What exactly was going on? Even the heavens had turned against him. What day is it today? Meng Wuya calmly asked. It's the beginning of December. Someone at the side answered. That's right. Meng Wuya said. Tomorrow is the 10th of December. It is said that it is the birthday of the Demon Empress. It is said that the Demon Empress likes snow very much. Every time during her birthday, the entire Demon Emperor's sky will snow. Even if it doesn't snow, it will. This weather is actually caused by humans. Demon Emperor's sky is covered in snow? Everyone asked in shock. Yes, that's right. Meng Wuya nodded and said emotionally, I've only heard of it before. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I still feel shocked. If a person's lifetime achievement could be admired by the world like the Demon Empress, how would it feel? Everyone was speechless. That's right. At this stage in life, what else could a man ask for? Only Chu Yang thought. What kind of scene would it be if he broke through the realm of Di? Under everyone's witness, the dark clouds in the sky gradually thickened. Then, wisps of white clouds drifted over from the sky. The white clouds moved under the dark clouds, like a jade belt around one's waist. It was like a peerless beauty was covered in a dreamy white veil. Then, large snowflakes fluttered down from the sky. There was no wind for thousands of miles. Only the pure white snow drifted down to the mortal world without any interruption. Faintly, there were wisps of powerful divine senses passing through. That was the joint effort of the Demon Emperor's sky saints to create snow in the entire world to celebrate the Demon Empress' birthday. A soft chant, like a dreamy voice, rang out in the sky of the Demon Emperor's sky. The voice seemed very soft, but everyone could hear it clearly. The demon emperor has been the Holy Mother since ancient times. She looks down and laughs at the wind and clouds. Her lotus heart and jade bones reach the heavens. She decides life and death with one hand. Thousands of mountains and valleys are grateful for her kindness. Celebrate my Holy Mother's birthday. Pure as ice and jade. Pure as jade. Pure as ice and pure as jade. Snow drifts down from the heavens. The 5 billion living beings of the Demon Emperor's sky wholeheartedly pray for the Demon Empress' birthday. Let the world celebrate together. Eternal youth, forever. That solemn voice, filled with sincere prayers, echoed in the sky over and over again. Within the boundaries of the Demon Emperor's sky, all living beings knelt down and prayed to this heavenly emperor. At this moment, all those who belonged to the demon race, no matter where they were, would prostrate themselves on the ground and kowtow to give their heartfelt blessings. There were too many people who directly prostrated themselves on the streets and in the bustling city, sincerely kowtowing. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were suddenly filled with shock. The birthday of the Demon Emperor's sky and the Demon Empress was so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The prestige of the Demon Empress was actually so great. If one's life could be like this, then it would not be in vain. In the distance, there were 3 figures flying over in the form of rainbows. They had already entered the boundary of the Demon Emperor's sky. However, the moment they entered the boundary of the Demon Emperor's sky, the 3 figures immediately felt that the entire sky was filled with tyrannical spiritual energy. The 3 of them were all peak experts of the current era. Naturally, they could feel it at the first moment. Seeing the situation, they couldn't help but be shocked. The 3 of them didn't know the situation, so how could they dare to be careless? They immediately stopped and decided to assess the situation before making any plans. However, there was already a dignified voice that asked, "Who are you people? How dare you trespass into the Demon Emperor's sky at this moment?" The 3 of them looked at each other and said, "Heavenly Ink Cloud, 3 7-star guards, we are here to carry out urgent business. We have no intention to offend the Heavenly Emperor. Please let us pass." That cold and indifferent voice said, "Let us pass? Impossible. For the next month, no one is allowed to fly in the sky of the Demon Emperor's sky. Otherwise, we will kill without mercy." Originally, when they heard that Heavenly Ink Cloud was here, they thought that these people were here to celebrate the Demon Empress' birthday or to deliver gifts on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor of Ink Cloud, Yuan Tianjie. If these 3 people were really here to celebrate the birthday or to deliver gifts, based on the strength that they had displayed, the Demon Emperor's sky and even the Demon Empress herself would have to be indebted, because these 3 people's strength was there for all to see. But the truth was that they were here to carry out a mission in the Demon Emperor's sky. The situation was completely different. Instantly, this demon race expert felt a breath stuck in his throat. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. I wish everyone a happy day. Also, the last time I wished heaven-breaking Old Ka's birthday, I saw the wrong date. So today is. This fellow is so wrong that he wants to die. He said that I changed his date of birth. Asterisk cough cough asterisk this matter asterisk. Chapter 22-29. This Demon Emperor Heaven Saint expert was extremely furious. Damn it. Why is your Demon Emperor Heaven's mission so tight? Why do you have to carry out a mission on this Demon Empress birthday? You don't give me any face at all. It can't be on purpose, right? Kill without mercy? What big words. One of the 3 sneered. Not to mention you. Even your Demon Empress might not dare to say something like kill without mercy to us 3 brothers. To be honest, with the strength of the 3 of them, the Demon Empress had a high chance of victory if she were to fight the 3 of them by herself. However, if she wanted to take them down in one go, it was still beyond her ability. If the 3 of them wanted to retreat and scathe, they naturally had the confidence to do so. Therefore, even though it was very unlucky for them to say such words, It wasn't considered boasting, but saying such words at this moment, on the Demon Empress' birthday, was undoubtedly like poking a hornet's nest. The Demon Emperor, Heaven's Saint of the Umbra, was also a saint expert. Although he was not as strong as the three of them, he could feel the terrifying aura of the other party. If it was a normal situation, he would most likely turn a blind eye and let them pass. After all, offending such a strong enemy for no reason was not wise. But today, no matter what, he could not let them go, especially when the three of them were spouting nonsense and insulting the Demon Empress' dignity. What's more, I've never heard of a 7-star bodyguard before. The Demon Empress' birthday was a huge issue that involved the entire Demon Emperor Heaven. He definitely could not let it go easily. If you really want to go your own way, don't blame my Demon Emperor Heaven for not having the etiquette of the pugilistic world. It is unavoidable to offend you. I hope you will think twice before you act. After the Demon Emperor Heaven expert finished speaking, he suddenly roared to the sky without any warning. Immediately after, his body also revealed itself from the mist. This demon was a saint-level expert of the tiger tribe. Facing 3 powerhouses from the other side at the same time, he naturally didn't dare to be careless. Otherwise, he would have immediately sent out an emergency signal to ask for help. At this moment, his position was clear. As soon as he revealed himself, he immediately returned to his original state and raised his strongest combat power to increase his chances of winning. In the air, a huge, multicolored tiger that was 100 feet long stood. Its sharp teeth were incomparably powerful. At this moment, he was roaring at the 3 powerful enemies in front of him. Any one of Mo Yuntian's 3 guards, if taken out individually, was once an omnipotent figure who could call the wind and summon the rain, running amok under the heavens, and no one dared to oppose them. However, they had never expected that they would be intercepted by a demon that was only a beginner-level saint after not coming out for more than 100,000 years. They had even announced their identities and tried to negotiate in a friendly manner, but the other party still didn't give them any face. Immediately, they were so angry that their livers hurt, their guts trembled, and their hearts tightened. Since when did the Jianghu become so lawless? He actually dared to take the initiative to attack the 3 of them? Provocation? The 3 of them were instantly enraged. Their faces were dark, and they didn't even have the mood to talk. They directly attacked, and their attacks were ruthless. The huge tiger let out a shrill roar, calling for its helpers to come and help, while it fought with all its might. However, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Even though the tiger was also a saint expert, it was definitely not a match for an existence that was at the peak of the saint level. Even though only one of the 3 of them came out, they still attacked with all their might in a fit of rage, not holding back at all. Back in the day, they were also kings in this heaven imperial court. With a loud roar, no one dared to disobey. Today, they had really lost a lot of face. In a fit of rage, they grabbed out, and the wind and clouds in the sky shook. Heaven and earth changed color. A huge hand that was like holy white jade suddenly formed. It was about a few thousand feet wide, and in just one move, it grabbed the huge tiger that was shaking its head and wagging its tail. With a slight squeeze, it smiled faintly and said, "Little tiger, you want to fight with me with your cultivation? Your standard is still a little lacking. I pity your cultivation, and you are also a subordinate of the Demon Empress. As long as you call me grandfather, I will let you go. However, you must remember in the future, when you meet your grandfather's mission, run as far as you can." The tiger glared at the person angrily, struggling in the other party's hand. It scolded, "Why, you called me grandfather?" "Sigh." Grandfather heard it. "Good grandson, you are really obedient." Despite being completely suppressed by the other party, he still dared to say such words. This tiger saint was truly a tough nut to crack. However, at this moment, it was a very special moment. The other party's anger had already completely exploded. The reason why he didn't immediately kill him was because he was in a foreign land and had some reservations. Furthermore, there was the huge threat of the Demon Empress. Therefore, he wanted to get some benefits and find a way out. However, he didn't expect that he didn't get any benefits and was instead taken advantage of by the other party. Naturally, he was adding fuel to the fire and was unable to restrain his anger. Little tiger, you are courting death. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. The 7 Stars guard laughed sinisterly. His huge palm slowly tightened and gradually retracted, but he still left some leeway. After all, he was in a foreign land, and he didn't want to do things to the extreme. If he did, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Although the 7 Stars guard was vicious, he still hoped that the Tiger Saint would quickly give in and say a few nice words. Then he would be able to take advantage of the situation. However, the Tiger Saint glared at him fiercely and didn't have any intention of begging for mercy. Instead, his aura increased. The white jade palm gradually retracted and didn't stop at all. The sound of bones cracking could be heard continuously. The muscles on the Tiger Saint's tiger face had already started to spasm. Large beads of sweat dripped down continuously, but he still didn't make a sound. It seemed like he didn't even have the slightest bit of fear. How stubborn! Just based on your stubbornness. As long as you beg for mercy now, I will let you go. The 7 Stars guard's eyes flashed. He still didn't want to go to the extreme. Fuck your mother's fart. I beg your mother's mercy. The Tiger Saint cursed loudly. By the time he cursed the last word, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. The 7 Stars guard couldn't maintain his composure anymore. As his eyes turned sharp, his hand tightened again, and he quickly retracted it. Stop! A loud roar came from afar. Faintly, a few figures could be seen flying over at high speed, like a meteor chasing after the moon. However, the 7 Stars guard only smiled faintly. Not only did he have no intention of stopping, he even increased the speed of his retraction. The cracking sounds became more and more intense as time passed. After being provoked like this, if he still let him go, he would have to stuff his face in his pants. The Tiger Saint only had time to let out a low groan. All the bones in his body were broken inch by inch. There was no sign of them being intact. Tiger! A heart-wrenching roar came from afar. More than 10 figures appeared in front of the 3 with a swoosh. Everyone had an indescribable look of grief and indignation on their faces. They stared at the 3 people in front of them as if they wanted to eat them alive. Yo, we only beat one, and now there's a whole group? The 7 Stars guard's hand shook the Tiger Saint's body. He said indifferently, What? Do you want to come at me together? This seat will take on all of you alone. I will play with you. Put the person down. Quickly put the tiger down. The person opposite him was a man in a green robe. At this moment, his face was also emitting dense green gas. His eyes were extremely furious. Put him down? Ha ha ha. The 7 Stars guard looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Put him down. Do you think you can still save him? As long as this seat takes action. How can there be any survivors? Since he had already made his move, the matter was already done. Both sides' standpoints were clear. Naturally, the 7 Stars guard no longer had any misgivings. He said everything he wanted to say. Then he casually threw the Tiger Saint's tattered body out, blood spurting everywhere. The 2 people opposite him rushed out to catch it at the same time. However, they were forced to take 2 steps back by the huge force attached to it. They groaned in unison. However, they were willing to bear this huge force and protect the Tiger Saint's body with their lives. Tiger, how are you? Several experts gathered together. The Tiger Saint opened his eyes with great difficulty. At this moment, he was clearly in a dying stage. What little remained of his spirit was gradually drifting away. All the bones and muscles in his body had also turned into powder. At this moment, although he could still condense into his original shape, he was already slowly drifting away. In such a state, there was no room for recovery. Even if Chu Yang was here and gave him the highest version of heavy elixir, it would be useless. The Tiger Saint's physical body was already on the verge of dissipating. There was no room for recovery even if there were elixirs. This was an injury that could not be cured. These three people are causing trouble. For me, revenge. The Tiger Saint's eyes widened. He struggled with all his might and said a few words. However, before he could finish, his gaze suddenly froze. He no longer moved. His huge body, starting from his limbs, slowly turned into flowing light and drifted away. Finally, it completely disappeared. Tiger. The three of them looked even more sorrowful. They screamed at the top of their lungs. They were brothers who had spent hundreds of thousands of years together and treated each other with sincerity. However, they were separated by a day and night. When they met again, they were already on the road of no return in such a miserable state. What kind of pain was this? I know that your last words were for us to avenge you. Avenge you. One of them roared at the sky and pounded his chest violently. Tears streamed down his face. Then he transformed into a huge golden-furred lion that was thousands of feet tall. He roared at the sky, I will definitely avenge you. Avenge you? Although the three 7-star guards did not want to fall out with Yao Huangtian, things had already come to this point. Their opposing sides were already clear. Naturally, they had no choice but to respond. He sneered. Do you think you can avenge me with just the few of you? The dozens of demon saints did not say another word. They all stood up with red eyes and launched an attack at the same time. The demon empress' birthday was disrupted. The demon race's dignity was challenged. Their demon brothers were killed. Chapter 2230. The fact that the three of them came together to cause trouble was already an unforgivable crime. What's more, they had killed their own brothers, the experts of the monster race. They even killed the guards of the Demon Empress birthday celebration. At this moment, there was no need to say anything more. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. They could only fight. They would fight and use their lives to protect the dignity of the Demon Emperor Sky. Seeing the dozens of demon race experts charging at them like crazy, the three 7-star guards sneered disdainfully. Although the cultivation of these people was not weak, they were definitely not in the eyes of the three 7-star guards. The three of them even took a step forward lazily and started to fight with the enemy with an extremely casual attitude. As the saying goes, an old man playing a naughty child. This was the absolute difference in strength between them. Poof! That golden lion was suddenly stomped into the dust by a huge foot that appeared out of nowhere. It spat out a mouthful of blood and was heavily injured. Even a grain of rice dares to shine. Today, I will let you know what it means by there is always someone stronger than you. What it means to be powerful. Another person grabbed out casually and actually used his hand to grab the tail of another elephant that was hundreds of feet long. He then swung it up and smashed it into another expert of the demon race. The two experts of the demon race cried out in pain. Countless bones in their bodies had been broken by this collision. The other 7 to 8 experts of the demon race continued to fight while sending out voice transmissions to warn them that strong enemies were coming. An extremely urgent warning came from afar. The three 7-star protectors were still, smiling calmly. They were fighting leisurely. They didn't seem to have any intention of stopping the fight. To them, the current battle was not even a warm-up. It would be best if the other party could send a few people with enough weight to have a good discussion about this matter and quickly settle the matter. However, if the other party's attitude was really tough, they naturally did not mind fighting again. With the status of the three of them, killing a few saints in the Demon Emperor Sky was not a big deal. They naturally had the qualifications and weight to do so. However, the three of them did not expect that today was no longer a matter of status, nor was it a crime of killing a few people. This was the Demon Empress birthday celebration. The dignity of the entire Demon Emperor sky had now been trampled beneath their feet, trampled to the point that it was worthless. If the three of them did not die, no one in the entire Demon Emperor sky would be willing to let this matter rest. Even if the Demon Empress was willing to tolerate it, the Demon Emperor and the other great demons wouldn't be able to take it lying down. What's more, was the Demon Empress the kind of demon that was willing to give in? Since the three of them became 7-star guards, they basically didn't come out much. Even though their strengths were extremely formidable, their knowledge of the world was limited. Especially when it came to the Demon Empress' birthday, they didn't have the slightest impression of it. However, it was also because of this that he had provoked this monstrous disaster. The bigger the fist, of course, represented the bigger the reason. But the truth of this layer of heaven was not applicable to all situations. For example, today, as the battle continued, the commotion grew bigger and bigger. More and more demonic beasts rushed over, and in just a few moments, all kinds of powerful divine senses arrived at the border of the Demon Emperor heaven. The moment the demons saw the scattered corpses of the Tiger Tribe saints on the ground, as well as the fact that a few of them were so heavily injured that they couldn't move, as well as the fact that the three enemies were toying with their own tribesmen like a cat playing with a mouse, they were instantly enraged. They immediately attacked. As for the reason, why would they waste their breath to ask for an explanation from the enemy under such circumstances? Then they wouldn't be demons, but idiotic demons. The rules of the pugilistic world were that whoever had the bigger fist was right. No matter what reason you had, let's fight first and talk later. In this aspect, the demon race was very different from the human race. When a human race martial artist encountered an expert who was stronger than them, as long as they weren't forced to, most of them would choose to avoid the fight temporarily and not act rashly in order to preserve their own lives. However, the demon race chose to become stronger when they met a stronger opponent. No matter how strong you were, if you were my enemy, I would fight with my life on the line and would never back down in terms of momentum. Just like now, a group of demon race experts arrived one after another. Even though they knew that the three enemies in front of them were super experts that they couldn't shake, they still charged forward and fought bravely, especially when they found out during the battle that the three of them were actually here to cause trouble for the Demon Empress' birthday. A Tiger Tribe saint tried to stop them, but was killed by them and even injured so many demon race experts. All of their eyes turned red. Their hatred soared to the level of national enmity, and all of them attacked as if they didn't care about their lives. The more the 3 7-star guards fought, the weirder it became. Even though they were able to fight with ease because of their strength, the situation in front of them was too strange. Logically speaking, this was only a remote area of the Demon Emperor sky, and there was no reason for so many experts to appear at the same time. But the reality was that more and more demon race experts were gathering. It was as if these people had gathered together to do something. The three of them became more and more surprised, and at the same time, they felt that the pressure on them was increasing, because the people who came later were not only large in number, but they were also extraordinarily strong. Moreover, they fought with their lives on the line. No matter how strong an elephant was, once it was faced with a shocking number of ants, it could still be swallowed by a sea of ants. The number of demon race experts in front of them wasn't huge, but the difference between the two sides wasn't like an elephant and an ant. Although the 3 7-star guards couldn't cause any actual harm to the three of them, all of this was too abnormal. In other words, this meant that there was definitely something fishy about this. Speak, what's going on? The three of them exchanged glances and attacked at the same time, using all their strength to force the dozens of demon race experts who surrounded them out of the battle. What's going on? Now you want to ask what's going on. It's too late. The three of you must die here. Someone answered coldly, overflowing with murderous intent. You killed our people first, and still dare to flaunt your strength. Now you're asking us what's going on. When you're all dead, the Yellow Springs won't be far away. Go ask the King of Hell. Under the continuous gathering, more and more demon race experts came after hearing the news. In addition, The army of the Demon Emperor Sky, which was the closest, had already started to march here as fast as lightning. At the same time, the sudden situation here had already been reported to the Demon Emperor Palace through a special, secret communication method unique to the Demon Emperor Sky. On the day of the Demon Empress' birthday, Mo Yuntian's 3 great guards came to cause trouble. Moreover, they have already killed a few saint experts of our clan, including, other than confirmed dead, there are countless injured. We are currently in a stalemate, requesting for reinforcements. When such news reached the Demon Emperor Palace, it was imaginable how the higher-ups of the demon race would react. Every demon was bristling with anger, unable to restrain their anger, and extremely furious. Damn it, we didn't make things difficult for you, but you actually dared to come and cause trouble, and on such a special day. Last time, we already gave you enough face, but this time, you actually came to cause trouble again, and even worse. Do you really think that our Demon Emperor Sky is easy to bully? Coincidentally, the one who received the news was the beautiful woman in white who had just rushed back from Luohua City. Almost without thinking, she gave a death order. No matter who it is, kill them with all your strength. No matter what the reason is, kill without mercy. As soon as the order was given, the beautiful woman in white saw a white shadow flash in front of her. The main character of today's birthday, the master of the Demon Emperor Sky, the Demon Empress, appeared silently in front of her. Sister, Mo Yuntian's people are too much. They are too much. We must teach them a lesson. The beautiful woman in white said angrily. The Demon Empress faintly acknowledged and said, "We definitely have to teach them a lesson. However, the person from Mo Yuntian's side is Yuan Tianjie's personal 7-star guard. The people you sent aren't enough. They can't touch them." The beautiful woman in white widened her eyes in surprise. "We sent so many people, and it's still not enough." The Demon Empress nodded. "These people are the strongest in the world. Even if I personally take action, I may not be able to take them down in one fell swoop. I have already ordered the 5 great guards of the Demon Emperor Sky to attack together. Since we have decided to take them down, we must not leave any leeway and go all out. However, this matter is very likely to cause a war between the 2 worlds. We must prepare for the aftermath." The beautiful woman in white was shocked. "Ah, those people are actually so important. Killing them might even cause a great war between the 2 heavens and earth? If that's the case, should we let them live?" The Demon Empress faintly said, "I have already said, since our positions are clear, the ending is already decided. No matter who they are, no matter how important they are, and no matter what the consequences are. Since they dared to cause trouble for me in these few days, they can only die. Not to mention them, even if the Heavenly Emperor of that side comes personally, so what? Since they have offended me, why not fight?" "Yes," the beautiful woman in white replied excitedly. "Sister, remember, our Demon Emperor Sky is not afraid of fighting at any time." The Demon Empress snorted. An indescribable murderous aura suddenly soared into the sky and instantly filled the entire Demon Emperor Sky. The aura of the Demon Empress at this moment was almost above the heaven and earth. It was a kind of superheroic spirit that was not afraid of anything. The Demon Empress had not shown it for many years, and today, on her birthday, it actually flared up again. It seemed like she was also angered by the 3 great guards. Is it because I have not shown my prowess for so long that no one in the Heaven Layer Imperial Court knows of my prowess? First, they were overshadowed by the 2 emperors. Then they crossed realms and started a war in my Demon Emperor Sky. Now, they're going to fight with us directly. They even picked a particularly good day, as if they want to offend me on my birthday and embarrass me. If I continue to endure, I reckon no one will take me seriously anymore. This is intolerable. Chapter 2231. Yuan Tianjie, you shameless bastard. I gave you face, but you don't want it. The demon cursed angrily. The white-robed woman was dumbfounded. Is that little bastard back yet? The demon empress asked. He's back. He's been back for a few days, but he's been bringing his lover to the library to look for the highest inheritance of the Fox clan. He's been busy for a few days now. The white-robed woman wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She was so frightened by her elder sister's Yuan Tianjia, you bastard. It had been a long time since she had seen her elder sister scold someone like that, right? And the person she was scolding was Heaven's Emperor of the Ink Cloud Heaven. This kind of shock was a little big. Confidant. The demon empress originally wanted to walk out, but when she heard this sentence, she abruptly turned her head while her eyes flickered with divine light. What confidant? It's a little girl from the Fox clan. This time, I met her by accident outside. Ningning fell in love with her at first sight, and he was very attentive to her every day. I think he's fulfilling elder sister's wish. The white-robed woman smiled. Ah, the demon empress was surprised. Then he's no longer fantasizing about Miss C. Ha ha ha. The beautiful woman in white laughed. In fact, little Z already has a sweetheart. Moreover, after seeing that person, she punched and kicked him. Our Erning was so scared that his heart and liver trembled. Many times he rejoiced and said to me, fortunately Miss Z didn't agree with him. Otherwise, I really can't live this day. Ha ha. The demon empress laughed as well. Later, remember to ask that rascal to bring his confidant over for me to take a closer look at. That bastard. He didn't even tell me about such a big matter. Okay. The white-robed woman immediately left. The demon empress was right. This was indeed a big matter, and a super big matter in the entire demon emperor heaven. It was naturally a small matter for a normal family to find a wife, but for the only grand prince of the demon race to find a wife, it was definitely a big matter in the world, at least in the demon emperor heaven. This was because this wife was very likely to be the demon empress, and she needed to be the mother of the world. Not long after, Yao Ningning arrived with Bai Shixian trembling in fear. After countless years of accumulated power, Yao Ningning had developed a habitual fear. Whenever she saw her mother, her legs would tremble. It wasn't a fear of power, but a genuine fear of being beaten. In Yao Ningning's memories, the number of times she saw her mother not being beaten could be counted on one hand. At this moment, Bai Shixian was actually natural and unrestrained. Greetings to the demon empress. Following Chu Yang and Mo Qingguo, she had seen a lot of grand occasions. She had seen countless of the so-called heirs of kings. Now that he was meeting the demon empress, and it wasn't even in a formal setting, he didn't feel any discomfort. In view of this, even though it was the first time the demon empress saw Bai Shixian, she immediately had a favorable impression of her. However, when she carefully identified her, she was suddenly shocked. Wind Fox race. Bai Shixian said, yes. The demon empress let out a long sigh of relief. I didn't expect the Wind Fox race to still have descendants in this world. This empress is truly surprised. As she spoke, she actually hesitated a lot. The Wind Fox race had always been the race of beauties of the demon race. In the history of the demon emperor heaven, most of the so-called beauties that could bring disaster to the country and the people were from the Wind Fox race. Therefore, the Wind Fox race was also called the charming race. Later on, the Wind Fox race unintentionally offended someone with a great background, and this person's backer was the Saint Monarch's son. Because of this, they were convicted and were completely wiped out by the Saint Monarch's bodyguards. As this matter involved the Saint Monarch, even the demon empress was helpless. She originally thought that this race had already perished, but she never thought that the confidant her son had just made was actually a descendant of the Wind Fox, and it was a pure Wind Fox that had never cultivated the charming technique of the Wind Fox race. The cultivation inheritance of the Wind Fox race. I do have it here, but your nature is pure. It's a pity to cultivate that. The demon empress said, moreover, since you and Ningning have already reached this stage, it's better not to cultivate the inheritance of the Wind Fox race. The demon empress had already made up her mind in an instant. This time it involved her son. Why would she care if he was a saint monarch or not? How about this? You can change to cultivating the inheritance of the demon race's royal family. This will be more beneficial to you. The demon empress made the final decision. Thank you, mother. Yao Ningning was overjoyed. Bai Shixian blinked her eyes and was puzzled. Why can't Yao Ningning and I cultivate the inheritance of the wind fox race? She was truly an innocent little girl who didn't understand the world's affairs. The demon empress and the white-clothed beautiful woman were both speechless. You're going to be the demon empress in the future. Don't tell me you still have to cultivate those techniques to charm men? In private, Yao Ningning asked nervously, Mother, what do you think of Shixian? The demon empress snorted and said, barely passable. Thank you, Mother, for your help. Yao Ningning cheered. The demon empress couldn't help but laugh. You've really grown up. You know how to fight for the person you like in front of your mother. This was a sign that you've truly become a man. When the demon empress said, You've grown up, she was very emotional and also quite gratified. Mother, this is a birthday gift from my newly acquainted brothers. Yao Ningning was genuinely happy. She took it out from the ring. This is from Miss Z, this is from Tan Tan, this is… Which big brother Chu of yours didn't give a birthday gift? The demon empress tilted her head. Well, the birthday gift from Big Brother Chu is in this bottle. He solemnly told me that I'm forbidden to open this bottle, so I don't know what it is exactly. Yao Ningning took out a bottle. In an instant, the entire hall was surrounded by a dense purple light. It's actually a bottle made of purple crystal jade essence. Just this bottle alone can be considered a treasure. The demon empress raised her eyebrows. Even though purple crystal jade essence wasn't something too rare for the demon empress, such a large and complete piece of purple crystal jade essence was only made into a bottle for packaging. Then, the value of the thing in the bottle was already imaginable. It was definitely not something ordinary. Mother, Big Brother Chu once said that when you open this bottle, you must use your vital energy to seal the thing inside. You must not miss anything. Yao Ningning hemmed and hawed. Obviously, she didn't understand someone's earnest instructions. Oh, the demon empress frowned and said, Could it be that there's something very rare here? I'd like to see what good thing it is. As she spoke, she didn't hesitate. With a wave of her jade hand, a pure and holy white light instantly sealed an extremely small area. Then she opened the bottle. The moment the bottle was opened, an extremely pure and surging medicinal power suddenly surged out of the bottle. In an instant, it actually had the tendency to break through the demon empress seal. The demon empress was truly shocked at this moment. She once again increased the sealing power of her vital energy. Then, she poured out a fruit from the bottle. It was a squarish fruit with words on each side, and that crazy pure spiritual energy was being emitted from this fruit. This is really the most valuable birthday present I've ever received in my life. There's no other, the demon empress said in surprise and joy. Then she said, Open your mouth. Hearing this, the other party, Yao Ningning, didn't react. What did she mean? Why did she open her mouth? Without another word, the demon empress pinched open Yao Ningning's mouth with one hand. The next moment, she had already put this strange fruit into her mouth. Then, she clasped her hands together. The small portion of medicinal power that was dissipating also turned into a clear stream. Under the careful control of the demon empress, it all entered Yao Ningning's stomach. Mother. Yao Ningning only had time to say these two words before her mouth was already covered by the demon empress. Concentrate on cultivating. Don't let the medicinal power go to waste. Then, she used one hand to press against her daughter's back while the other hand was placed on the top of Yao Ningning's head. She channeled a vast amount of vital energy to help her daughter raise her cultivation. Heavenly treasures were undoubtedly very important, And this birthday present that Chu Yang gave this time was definitely the best in the Heaven Imperial Court. There was no other good thing that could compare to it. If the Demon Empress ate it, then she was very confident that she would be able to advance further in the peak level of DE Empress, because there wasn't just pure medicinal power in it. There was also some kind of heavenly Tao law. She believed that as long as she could comprehend it, it would be a great creation. Even if she couldn't comprehend it on the spot, there would be an additional opportunity in her body. It could be said that it was extremely rare, but she still didn't choose to eat it herself. Instead, she gave it to her daughter. Weren't all mothers like this? When they had good things, they would choose to give it to their daughter first. How could there be a mother who cared about herself first? Yao Ningying's heart was in turmoil. She almost cried. It was because she didn't work hard in the past and her cultivation improved too slowly that her mother chose to give her such good things this time. In the Demon Imperial Palace, spiritual energy surged like never before. After a long while, the Demon Empress walked out looking slightly tired. She ordered that no one was to enter and disturb her. Then she went to the main hall. She thought to herself, this Chu Yang is really interesting. Also, he is generous enough. From what I know, this guy is someone who fears nothing. He even killed Yuan Tianji's son without hesitation. But now, he gave me such a great gift because of Ning. Obviously, it wasn't because of the power of the Demon Emperor Heaven. It was because of this relationship. Looks like Ning has really grown up. She can even make such good friends. With a friend like this, I can really be at ease. But, as the saying goes, give a peach and give a plum, return a jade. Since that's the case, I naturally can't be too petty. Forget it. This time, Mo Yintian's 3 guards came to the Demon Emperor Heaven. Their purpose is self-evident. They must have come for him. This Empress might as well block this disaster for him. Anyway, those 3 fellows have hurt many of my clan. Getting rid of them can be considered as helping others and myself. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There's something I need to say in advance. It's like this. Around the 7th month, I felt a bean-sized protrusion at the base of my left thumb. There was also a similar protrusion at the 2nd joint of my right hand. It was very small. From then on, I knew it was tenosynovitis. However, I didn't feel any discomfort at that time. Recently, I slowly felt that it was getting in the way, but it didn't hurt much. The main thing was that in the past half a month, my fingers had some problems flexing and extending. Often, I needed to use one hand to pull them back, but it's said that I need to do a small surgery. Now, I'm still hesitating whether to do it or not. I originally wanted to do it after I finished writing this book so that I could rest. But now that I'm hesitating. Chapter 2232. The entire Demon Emperor Palace was filled with joy as people sang and danced. It was as if the sudden incident did not affect the mood of all the demons. However, in the sky tens of thousands of miles away, the great battle was still raging and could not be stopped. At this moment, Mo Yuntian and the other 2 guards finally understood what had happened. They understood what mistake the 3 of them had made, but it was already too late. Audacious bastards! How dare you disrupt the Demon Empress' birthday celebration? This sentence was said by a group of Demon Emperor Heaven experts who had just rushed over after they had killed a few people. Hearing this sentence, the 3 of them could not help but feel cold all over, and even their heads suddenly felt dizzy. How could it be so coincidental that it was the Demon Empress' birthday celebration? And the 3 of them had actually killed the guards of Demon Emperor Heaven during the Demon Empress' birthday celebration. This was troublesome. They had formed a huge grudge. This is a misunderstanding. One of the 7-star guards said loudly, "Please allow this old man to explain." Misunderstanding your ancestors. Almost all the experts of Demon Emperor Heaven scolded together. Explain your mother's head. At this point in time, you still have the cheek to say that it's a misunderstanding? Then, I'll rush to your house and kill your wife's parents. Then, I'll tell you that this is a misunderstanding. You have to forgive me, okay? He must have lost his mind. Go to hell." The great battle was fought until the wind blew and the clouds rolled. The sky was blood-red, and it was extremely tragic. If one were to compare, even if Chu Yang, with his insignificant battle strength, led his army for hundreds of thousands of miles, encountered disasters everywhere, was full of injured soldiers, and was full of devastation, he was still inferior, because the quality of this battle was too high. Those who were not at the level of a saint were not qualified to participate at all. Even elementary saints were not much stronger than cannon fodder in this battle. The level of the side that was besieged was simply too high. There were a few twists and turns in this battle, and they were also the key points of this battle. It was worth mentioning. In the beginning, although the experts from Yao Huangtian's side had also come to participate in the encirclement, because their strength was not at a sufficient level, the 3 Mo Yuntian guards handled the situation with ease and were especially arrogant and despotic. They faced the enemy carelessly, chatting and laughing wittily, not treating it as a big deal at all. Although they had killed and injured many demons in the process, they did not think much of it. They felt that it was not a big deal, especially when they were extremely confident in their own strength. Even if there were any accidents in the future, it would not be a problem for them to retreat safely. Therefore, the 3 of them were naturally very relaxed. But later on, when the 3 of them found out that they had accidentally disturbed the demon empress' birthday, they truly panicked. The strength of the 3 of them was tyrannical. If the 3 of them worked together, even if the demon empress personally made a move, it would be difficult to take them down in one fell swoop. This was a fact, but you had disturbed the birthday of a heavenly emperor. No matter what, this was a conflict that was extremely difficult to resolve. Not to mention them, even their master, Yuan Tianxiang, would be dumbfounded. I did not expect that the 3 of U.S. brothers would be so unlucky. We actually caused such a thing to happen the moment we set foot in Yao Huangtian. This kind of situation must not be blown up. We really did not do it on purpose. No matter how much courage we have, we would not dare to provoke such trouble. Therefore, the 3 of them started to be careful when they made their moves. They tried their best not to injure others, and tried their best to avoid increasing the number of casualties. But as more and more demons rushed over from Yao Huangtian's side after hearing the news, the attacks became more and more frenzied. Even though the 3 of them had outstanding strength, they were still gradually unable to hold on. Even if you did not want to kill and only focused on defense, the difference in strength was too great. Your rebound force could still injure others. Yet the opponents were demons who loved to play as long as they fought. As long as a demon vomited blood, not only would the demons not regret it. All the experts of the demon race seemed to have been injected with chicken blood at the same time. They simply went crazy without regard for their lives. Stop! This is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. The 3 of them raised their arms and shouted. They lowered their posture, intending to reason with them. They had already said this many times, but other than the first time, no one cared about them anymore. If you don't stop, we will have to retaliate with all our might. The 3 of them shouted. This time they were threatening with force, but no one cared. Instead, their attacks became even more ferocious. We have already tolerated enough. Don't force us to retaliate. The 3 of them were extremely angry. Although this sentence sounded a little funny at first, with the status of the 3 of them, it was indeed a little aggrieved. You are just a bunch of ants. We only need to wave our hands a few more times to wipe you all out. You actually dare to pester us like this. We have already fought with you for so long, and we are not even embarrassed to kill you directly. What are you still pestering us for? The 3 of them were also people of high status in the past. Their cultivation had already reached the peak of the heavenly imperial court, and their status was revered. When had they ever suffered such cowardice? As time passed, they gradually became irritated and their attacks subconsciously became heavier and heavier. Naturally, the hostility in his heart rose again. Injuries, deaths, the frequency of the gradually increasing numbers accelerated again. And after a period of time, the three of them were shocked to find that the situation was already out of control. No matter what they did, the other side's casualties were increasing, and the hatred between the two sides became deeper and deeper. There was no longer any room for negotiation. Since things had already reached such a stage, it was destined to be irreversible. Then they might as well go all out and do something even more ruthless. The three of them were burning with anger. They had made up their minds to really go all out and kill all the demons in front of them. However, at this moment, someone suddenly said coldly, "I was wondering who it was." "So it's the three of you." When the three of them heard the words of the person who came, their hearts trembled. This voice was almost right in front of them. Someone could actually come so close to speak, and the three of them did not notice. Didn't that mean that the person who came was at least an expert of the same level as them? Could it be that they only heard a dignified voice saying, "All of you, back down"? An unprecedented force suddenly attacked, and the demons who were madly fighting suddenly flew out one by one involuntarily. Then the 5 golden-robed men faintly formed an encirclement, surrounding Mo Yuntian and the other 2 inside. The faces of the people who came were as cold as water, and their gazes were as sharp as lightning. "It's you." Mo Yuntian and the other 2 guards showed an unprecedented cautious expression. The 5 of them could be said to be old acquaintances, and were also on the same path as the 7 star guards. However, they were in Demon Emperor Heaven, and they were in Mo Yuntian's office. Back then, they had fought and killed for tens of thousands of years, and their grievances were intertwined. But now, they were already old friends who had not seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years. The cultivation of each of the 5 people in front of him was comparable to his own. The 5 of them working together was obviously much stronger than the 3 of them on his side. Even though it was not an overwhelming difference, the outcome of the battle was already clear. It's really been a long time. To think that the 3 of you are still alive. Furthermore, you actually have the guts to come to my Demon Emperor's heaven and cause such a huge ruckus. The Demon Emperor's heaven's guard said in a strange tone, "Are you really tired of living?" These few people had fought to the death in the past. Between each of them, other than being old acquaintances, they were also old enemies. Especially the enmity between the 2 heavens and earth. It had a long history, and there was no room for negotiation. When they met, there was never anything good to say. "This is a misunderstanding, and we did not do it on purpose." The 3 of them said at the same time, "If there were no casualties, it would be fine. But now that so many demons have died, it can't be called a misunderstanding." The 5 guards of Demon Emperor Heaven snorted coldly. The current situation is that something happened at some time, and it led to a bloody conflict. Many demons died, and that is the truth. You are all old monsters who have lived for a long time, and you don't even understand such a simple logic? Another person said mockingly, "There is no such thing as a misunderstanding in this world." The third person said indifferently, "A misunderstanding to us is a battle. It is life and death." The fourth person continued with a smile, "So, the 3 of you are destined to be unlucky this time." The 5th person looked at Mo Yuntian's 3 guards with a gloating look. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "You are all dead. All of you can stay here." At this point, there was no need to explain anything anymore, and there was no meaning to it. Even if they said something like, "We didn't know that today was the Demon Empress' birthday, and those who didn't know are not guilty," and so on, other than showing weakness, there was no other use. Since that is the case, what's the harm in fighting? The 3 of them quickly gathered their scattered thoughts. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, we were never able to determine who is better. Let's just fight it out today and see who is the winner. Good. Let's fight. Let's go to the sea. Not in my demon emperor heaven realm. Okay. The 8 of them leaped and turned into 8 long rainbows. This kind of rainbow transformation movement technique was the unique technique of peak cultivators. In just a few moments, the sea suddenly became turbulent and thunder rumbled nonstop. Obviously, the great battle had already begun. The entire Heaven Imperial City was also in a state of change because of this battle. Demon Emperor Heaven was still covered in snow, but outside of Demon Emperor Heaven, it was already overturned, and the earth was turned upside down, and that sharp aura and killing intent that soared into the sky, as well as the aftermath of the battle, almost refracted thousands of miles away. The battle aura that belonged to peak experts also surged back and forth in the sky of Heaven Imperial City for a long time. For a moment, countless experts in Heaven Imperial City's divine senses were silently watching over there, watching this battle of the century. Chapter 2233. On the other side, Chu Yang, the king of hell, was busy recruiting and strengthening his army, his own forces. He didn't know that there was another wave of super experts coming to find trouble with him, but they were coincidentally stopped by another wave of experts. Both sides were engaged in a life-and-death battle. On the contrary, he was full of curiosity and interest towards the sudden and inexplicable battle of the century. I wonder which experts are fighting again. It's not a small commotion. Chu Yang touched his chin. A battle between experts usually caused a big commotion, but it wasn't to the extent that the entire Heaven Imperial Court knew about it and could see it. Chu Yang, Zi Xieching, and the rest were only relying on the benefits of the sage-level experts, heavenly spiritual perception. Only then did they feel this great battle of the century. Just the aftermath of a battle between experts of this level is not something that people like you and me can come into contact with. You'd better give up on the thought of going to watch the battle. Zi Xieching pointed out Chu Yang's intentions and immediately shattered Chu Yang's hopes. I don't want to go. I really don't want to go. Chu Yang laughed dryly, a little embarrassed that his thoughts were seen through. Do you think I don't know your nature of wanting to see the world in chaos? Let me tell you, even if you have the tribulation space to rely on, it's better not to have any wild thoughts. In such a great battle, the space will easily shatter. Even if the tribulation space is magical, it may not be able to withstand it. There's no need to take the risk. Zi Xieching looked at him disdainfully. Come, let's go out. I'll practice martial arts with you and raise my strength early. Maybe I'll be qualified to watch the battle next time. I'm not going. I'm really not going. I promise you that I won't go, okay? Chu Yang's face turned bitter. His current cultivation had surpassed Zi Xieching's. This was for sure. It was already a consensus between the two of them. However, Zi Xieching had always relied on her high-level methods to win every battle. Chu Yang was already suffering because of this, now that he saw her provoking him again, and with such a strong reason. Chu Yang hurriedly hung up the no battle sign. Humph, look at how useless you are. You're really not a man. Zi Xieching's provocation was extremely blatant, and she did not hide it at all. How do you know whether I'm a man or not? Why don't I show you the power and prestige of a man tonight? Chu Yang smiled evilly. Bastard, how dare you tease me? Elder sister, this that you should let go. Wu Qian couldn't bear to see her like this. She was also a little jealous, so she hurriedly came up to persuade her. To be honest, she really had some opinions about Zi Xieching. You said you wanted to eat, but you didn't let him eat. Why didn't you hurry and stay far away from him? Why did you have to come here every day to provoke him? What exactly did you want? You didn't know that after you teased him every day, you patted your butt and went to sleep without any worries. But when you woke him up with a belly full of lust and nowhere to vent, you came to torment us at night. In these few days, things had just become a little more leisurely. Which night had they not been tormented until the wee hours of the morning? At this moment, seeing that the initiator of all this was provoking and teasing them again, Wu Qianqian hurriedly went up to plead for leniency. Thinking of Chu Yang's beast-like impact, Wu Qianqian felt her whole body go soft, and she felt like she couldn't walk. That was really too terrifying. She had to find someone to join forces with. He and Tai Butian had joined forces every single time to defend against the attacks with all their might. However, they had always suffered a crushing defeat every single time. All right, this time it was Sister Qian Qian who pleaded for leniency. I have to give her face, no matter what. I'll let you off this time. Even if she didn't give face to anyone, Zi Xieching definitely had to give face to Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian. After all, these two girls were related to her life. Cough, cough. Hurry up and scram. We sisters have some private things to talk about. Oh yes, Sister Z is right. You're not allowed to take the risk to watch the battle. Wu Qianqian's eyes narrowed as she chased a certain king of hell out. Chu Yang came out dejectedly. As expected, he didn't have the intention to watch the battle. He went to the field to watch Meng Wu train his troops. Ever since Meng Wu had advanced, his enthusiasm for training his troops was unprecedentedly high. In these few days, he had already trained his troops, which had gradually expanded to 8,000 people, to the point of hovering between life and death. In addition, Chu Yang also had a plan that he had to carry out as soon as possible. He slipped away like a wisp of smoke. In the study room, Sister Z, you're doing this every day. That's not the case, right? Wu Qianqian hesitated for a while and suggested to Zi Xieching with a red face. When Zi Xieching heard this, she was slightly stunned and her face immediately turned red. At this moment, Tai Butian coincidentally also came out from inside. Seeing the two of them talking, she immediately joined in. She tried to persuade Zi Xieching, using emotions to move her and reason to reason with her. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew that she couldn't use force, it was very likely that she would use force to threaten Zi Xieching. At the end of the day, the two women's foxtails were exposed. Sister Z, since you're no longer his match now, why don't you just give in? If it was the previous Tai Butian, she would never say such a thing. My man is my man. If you're someone else's man, no matter how outstanding you are, I won't snatch you away. But my man belongs only to me. Wu Qianqian and Mo Qingguo couldn't do anything about it, but Zi Xieching, Tai Butian had to consider it. But after this period of time, she had already been ravaged by Chu Yang to the point that she didn't have any scruples anymore. Quickly finding help was the right thing to do. If she didn't hurry, if she quickly formed an alliance, she wouldn't have to do anything else in the future. She would be tormented by that beast-like Chu Yang for an entire night. Then, she wouldn't even be able to rest during the day. Then it would continue at night. Now, Tai Butian already had a feeling that she couldn't bear the burden anymore. She naturally thought, anyway, I can't handle it. But I can't let you all laugh at me. Instead of enjoying it alone, it's better to share some of the pressure together. If 2 against 1 can't handle it, then try 3 against 1. It's better than the current situation. Submit? Zi Xieching's face was red. She gritted her teeth. Don't even think about it. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were anxious. Then why are you teasing him every day? You're not taking responsibility after teasing him. It's been hard on us. Zi Xieching's face was red. She said fiercely, what's hard on us? Why don't you two know how to be grateful? I've created benefits for the two of you. Every night, I can hear the two of you shouting very loudly. You seem to be very happy and blissful. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were instantly ashamed upon hearing that. So Zi Xieching could hear everything? Actually, this was a blind spot in their thinking. Zi Xieching was a saint. With her senses, she didn't know anything. Tai Butian retorted with a red face. You still have the cheek to say that. Isn't this all your fault? We're all sisters, anyway. How can you not put out the fire after setting it on fire? Zi Xieching never expected that the two of them would actually leave her here today to talk about this openly. She didn't even try to hide the fact that she was discussing this issue with him. For a moment, he was in a difficult position and didn't know how to respond. Although she was much older than Tai Batian and Wu Qianqian, she didn't have the slightest advantage in this aspect. Instead, she seemed to be very backward. The two of them were now full-fledged married women. In addition, there were no outsiders around. Naturally, they were quite open with their words. What should and shouldn't be said, what could and couldn't be said, what was convenient and inconvenient to say, they said everything. In addition, the two of them had joined forces to attack from the front and back. Zi Xieching herself was a pure and innocent young lady. How could she be a match for the two of them? She couldn't hold her ground after a few words and was defeated, especially Wu Qianqian, who said sourly, "If you continue like this, then so be it. One day, we'll also see how you're going to cry. How you laugh at us now, we'll laugh at you then. It's not that you don't report it, but when the time comes, you should report it yourself." Zi Xieching was completely defeated. She fled thousands of miles away. Unable to show his face, he rushed out. Behind her, the triumphant laughter of the two women could be heard. Seeing Zi Xieching leaving in such a sorry state, Wu Qianqian and Tai Batian laughed for a long time before they both became worried. Looking at Zi Xieching's posture, it was obvious that she would continue to persist for a short period of time. In other words, during this period of time, the two of them still had to face this beast Chu Yang, who was worse than a beast. What should they do? At the same time, they couldn't help but think of another potential ally, Mo Qinggu. Sigh, if Qinggu was here maybe. Tai Batian sighed. Yes, I don't know what that girl is doing now. Wu Qianqian sighed bitterly. It's really difficult for the two of us to deal with her. It's really hard to continue. After sighing for a long time, the two women began to discuss their future matters. After the private matters, they naturally had to put their energy into proper business. They unanimously decided that they would work overtime more in the future and not come back if they had nothing to do. As long as they didn't see him, it would be fine. However, this excuse must be found carefully and not be seen through by a certain someone. That guy was very shrewd after the discussion. The two of them made up their minds and couldn't help but feel refreshed. Say, in the future, if Wu Qianqian blushed and said, "If everyone is together, then the problem of who is the eldest and who is the youngest," Tai Batian smiled. "I don't mind. Anyway, I'm not the eldest, but I'm definitely not the youngest either. To be honest, I really don't have any thoughts about the eldest position. I don't have any thoughts either." Wu Qianqian sighed. "It's just that a dignified empress is going to be reduced to the point of being someone's concubine. This is also a little sad. What's there to be sad about? You're still the rightful empress, but you're still like this." Tai Batian didn't care and said, "In the past, I didn't even have the right to be by your side. Now that I've reached this point, it's already a blessing from the heavens. Besides, I have Taiyang. Basically, besides accompanying Chu Yang, I don't have any other desires in this life. Those who are content will be happy. Am I not happy now? Isn't that right, my Zidong?" Wu Qianqian originally wanted to tease Tai Batian about this matter, but was caught off guard by the counterattack. For a moment, she was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to continue. "Sai, you have Taiyang. You can be content and happy. But until now, my stomach hasn't moved at all. How can I be happy?" Chapter 2234. There's no need to be so depressed. I reckon that there are only two possible outcomes. One is that everyone is equal in rank. The other is that Mo Qinggu is the boss. Tai Batian chuckled and said casually, "I can understand that there's no rank, but is the second possible? Miss Z might not fight for anything. And Qinggu isn't the kind of person who fights especially hard." Wu Qianqian was a little puzzled. How could Mo Qinggu be the boss? This involves the saying of first come, first served. Tai Batian smiled slightly. "The three of us came later than Mo Qinggu, and this has nothing to do with age. It's all because of first impressions. Of course, with Chu Yang's temperament, the biggest possibility is that there's no distinction between seniority and seniority. Tai Butian mused. Actually, compared to this, I'd rather have Mo Qinggu be the one with the most seniority. In Chu Yang's heart, he has always felt the greatest guilt towards Mo Qinggu. If there is no hierarchy, his focus will still be on Qinggu. If Mo Qinggu becomes the boss, Chu Yang's guilt will subtly lessen a little, although I don't know what exactly the guilt is. Tai Butian pondered deeply. Yes, this is indeed a little strange. You don't know, back then. Wu Qianqian also started to discuss this issue. Tens of thousands of miles away, Mo Qinggu, who hadn't been seen for a long time, was sitting cross-legged in a colorful and peculiar environment. On top of her head, there was a grotesquely huge bell that was emitting a seven-colored brilliance. The seven-colored light gradually converged and transformed into a holy white light, slowly entering Mo Qinggu's body. Behind her, there were two elderly women who were quietly observing. Although these two people were just standing there, they revealed a trace of dignity and solemnity. They were obviously people of high authority all year round. They were the two grandmasters of Dreamlike Veranda. No one would have thought that Mo Qinggu would progress so quickly. She had taken those things that she claimed to have been given to her by Brother Chu Yang. After a period of time, those things had become completely compatible with her physique. They had merged perfectly with her physique. Since then, no matter what she did, it was dozens of times more work with half the effort. When she cultivated, it could be described as 100 million miles a day, or a whale swallowing the sea. This is too strange, but they didn't know that Mo Qinggu's physique was originally reconstructed by the heavy pill, and those that Chu Yang gave her were the essence of the great miracle medicine. As for the composition of the heavy pill, it was nothing more than a small portion of the great miracle medicine. Now, the big miracle medicine had gathered in Mo Qinggu's body. How could this kind of effect be small? What's more, for the sake of Mo Qinggu's advancement, the people of Dreamlike Veranda had already given all the secret resources of the entire sect to her. In addition, after the two patriarchs accidentally discovered Mo Qinggu's heaven-defying speed in cultivation, in order to help her build a solid foundation, they actually carried out a hefty enlightenment technique. Her progress was to say, the speeds to fast, therefore, in such a short period of time. Mo Qinggu had already rushed to the peak of the celestial being level. She even had more to spare. Now, she was about to break through to a higher level. But the after effects of such rapid progress were also quite serious and very obvious. The progress was too fast, but the corresponding tempering of the state of mind couldn't keep up, inevitably resulting in a considerable gap. Moreover, Mo Qinggu had lived two lives, and her spiritual power was far superior to that of an ordinary person. So, she was lucky enough to maintain her current situation. If it had been an ordinary person, perhaps they would have lost their mind due to the poor state of mind. In fact, they would have become a complete lunatic. The two grandmasters of Dreamlike Veranda were also worried that Mo Qinggu's cultivation progress was too fast, and that it would be easy for her to be taken advantage of by the heart demon. So they specially activated the soul-repressing bell for her, and then guarded her day and night to protect her. For Dreamlike Veranda, it could be said that this time it was a big investment. While watching this girl cultivate, the two ancestral masters were astonished. Since ancient times, it seemed that they had never heard of anyone who could cultivate so fast. And in Dreamlike Veranda, the efforts and progress of the new batch of little fellows also made everyone look at them in a new light. No one would have thought that Xue Xian could actually bring back so many genius disciples from her trip this time. Looking at the development of these children, all the higher-ups of Dreamlike Veranda were all smiles almost every day. The prosperity of the sect was just around the corner. When these children were obtained, although they paid a considerable price, in terms of the aptitude and temperament of these children, it was already worth the price to exchange for 5 of them, even more than worth it. So, That was not a problem at all. Of course, there were still some things that needed to be frowned, because according to the cultivation progress of these children, the many heavenly treasures that the sect cultivated or earned over hundreds of thousands of years were simply not enough. So it was necessary to get them here, to buy them, to think of all ways and not delay these children. Delaying any one of them would be a great sin. So, during this period of time, except for the necessary experts to guard the mountain gate, the rest of the people in Dreamlake Veranda went out to get resources. The more the better. Dreamlake Veranda's forces in Dreamlake Veranda fell into a state of chaos because of this. They began to put up lists and search everywhere, as long as there were heavenly treasures that caught their eye. But at the same time, they discovered that some other sects seemed to be collecting these things as well, such as Lingxiao faction, and other sects were also collecting these things. What was even more infuriating was that sects from other realms were also collecting these things in Donghuang heaven. All of a sudden, heavenly treasures became goods in high demand. Yes, heavenly treasures were originally goods in high demand, but now they were even more in short supply. Almost every heavenly material and earthly treasure was sold at a price that was 10 times higher than before, and it was still on the rise. In fact, such a situation did not only happen in Donghuang heaven. Demon Emperor heaven, Extreme heaven, Inkcloud heaven, Stupa heaven, and other super sects, including the government, all began to work hard to collect and hoard heavenly treasures. For a time, countless treasure-snatching battles took place in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. For example, Luo Kadi and Marshal Luo. At this moment, Marshal Luo was hiding on top of a tree, looking down at the two sides that were fighting intensely. He bit on a green foxtail, his eyes full of greed. I heard that these people are fighting over a heavenly sun, chrysanthemum, that can only be found by chance. This is good stuff. I must get it. I heard that one side is from a super sect, and the other side is from a mysterious person. Both sides have powerful backgrounds. But it doesn't matter. I don't care about this anymore. It's still the same old rules. When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. I shall be a hunter with a bow for a while more. There's nothing I can do. After using all my means and risking my life, I'm only a heavenly human now. And this is after going through so many fortuitous encounters. I thought I could finally be the boss for a while. But from the way Boss dealt with Ink Cloud Heaven's pursuers so easily, he's obviously at the level of a saint. I'm still too far behind. So this time I must snatch this good stuff, and I must get it. Damn it, for the sake of not losing face in front of my brothers in the future, not to mention the super sect. Even if this thing belongs to that old saint, I'll snatch it for him this time. Even if I can't be compared to the boss, I still have a chance to be the second boss. Even if I take 10,000 steps back, I should at least be stronger than that stupid GMO. Seeing that the battle below had basically come to an end, and both sides are covered with injuries, when the victor was finally about to be decided, Marshal Luo raised his head and roared, "Woo! A woo! A woo!" Rumble, the Heavenly Armament Pavilions team that belonged to Marshal Luo, suddenly appeared from all directions. Like wolves and tigers, they galloped forward. Who are you people? Do you know who we are? Do you know what you're doing? The leader said in shock. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Kadi walked out with a green foxtail in his mouth and slapped his face. I don't care who you are. You 1, 2, 3, 4. Quickly hand over the thing. You're always here to rob. This is what I always do. Hurry up, if it's too late. I'll lock you up one by one, destroy your cultivation, tie you up, and throw you into the spirit beast shed. Then feed the spirit beast's aphrodisiac in another world. At this moment, GMO was hurriedly running away like a stray dog, like a fish that had escaped the net. Motherfucker! This time I've really poked a hornet's nest. Who would have thought that I would randomly rob someone and actually get such a good treasure? And even more unexpected that this guy is the son of a prime minister. Motherfucker. This old man's luck is really bad. Is this old man's luck good or bad? I got the thing. He muttered like this, and continued to run away in a sorry state. He didn't think about it, running to the imperial city to commit a crime, robbing the most expensive place in the imperial city. What was so strange about being able to rob the prime minister's son? Not to mention the prime minister's son. Even if it was the heavenly emperor's son, it wouldn't be strange for him to run into him. And how could such a person have anything bad on him? Fortunately, after robbing the imperial city's warehouse, I've already raised my cultivation to the peak of the celestial being level. Otherwise, this would have been really difficult. But this time, it seems to be very dangerous. That old bastard prime minister actually sent several saints to chase after me. It's just a little thing. Is there a need to bombard me with cannons? This is really making a mountain out of a molehill. GMO wanted to cry as he ran, but no tears came out. What's the big deal? At most I accidentally crushed his son's balls. I didn't really take his life. As the saying goes, a prime minister's magnanimity can support a boat. But this prime minister's magnanimity is a little too narrow. Chapter 2235. GMO grumbled as he ran. Why didn't he think about it? The other party's balls had been crushed by him. How big of a blood feud was this? And he actually thought that it was nothing. Instead of crushing his balls, he might as well just kill the other party. Oh, no. They're about to catch up. GMO was extremely helpless. He could only stand up and fight. But before the battle, he still couldn't help but fight for himself. Tell your master that I can still cure his balls. Can I replace his balls with a pair of dogs? You motherfuckers should reply. Fuck. Fight without saying anything. Watch my sword. On another side of the world, the strategist Motianji. Behind Motianji, there was a huge hand. This huge hand was a few feet wide. Its 5 fingers pointed straight to the sky. Its entire body was shining with a strange light. Every moment, some symbols would light up on it. On one side, someone was collecting and recording these symbols. At the tip of the other finger of the giant hand, some words were constantly being emitted. As long as there was a flash of white light, words would appear. Beside these words, there were also people who were recording them. Whether it was the words or the symbols, they looked messy at first glance. Looking at them for a while would make one's head spin. However, under Motianji's overall planning, everything was carried out in a clear and orderly manner. There wasn't the slightest bit of chaos. In fact, if there was someone who was really familiar with the happenings of Jianghu, who was well-informed, sharp, and quick-witted, looking at it carefully, he would definitely be surprised to find that these words were actually things that were happening in Jianghu right now or had just happened. Such a huge amount of the latest and most accurate information was actually gathered here. It was truly breathtaking. That huge hand was Motianji's original magical ability, Tianji Hand. With the help of Motianji's strange formation, Tianji Nebula Formation, he could gather all the information in the world in detail. The extent of this formation's extension had already covered half of the world. In this area, as long as there was a new situation, it would be immediately reported back here. In this way, Motianji could keep abreast of the latest developments in Jianghu. In addition to paying attention to the movements of the nebula array at all times, there was also a large amount of information gathered by his subordinates. Almost everyone had been sent out to gather information about the entire world and set up a branch. Then, after assessing the situation, they gradually stabilized and integrated the information into the Great Nebula Array. It was this move that allowed Motianji's heavenly secret hand to cover a larger and larger area. It was gradually expanding. Judging from the current trend of development, the heavenly secret nebula array would not be able to cover the entire world for long. At this moment, Motianji looked at the various types of information that had been gathered, as well as the gains that he had made during this period of time. His face was amiable and refined, as if he was a learned monarch. Anyone who saw him would immediately have a feeling that this young man was very knowledgeable and had a very good temper. At the same time, he was also a very intelligent person. He was very intelligent and knowledgeable. that was for sure. But he might not have a good temper. He might not be very, very special. Below, the hall masters of the various halls were all sitting upright and still. They were meticulous, and it seemed that they didn't even dare to take a deep breath. They quietly waited for Mo Tianji's evaluation. Last month, our income from information was less than 3 million purple cloud coins. But in the first half of this month, our income has exceeded 10 million purple cloud coins. Mo Tianji said lightly. During this period of time, with Mo Tianji's ability to see through heaven's secrets, he had done a few big things that shook the entire Jianghu. Mo Tianji's accurate analysis and prediction allowed him to surpass the most popular intelligence organization in the Heaven Imperial Court in a very short period of time. His business was booming to the extreme. It was almost on the verge of a blowout. I estimate that our income in the second half of this month will only increase. However, our current income is still far from enough. Mo Tianji said lightly, moreover, what we need is never money. We need control. Control of all the information in the world. Right now, we are still limited to this part of the world. We haven't set foot in the information outside this part of the world. What we know is really too limited. So, I order. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed. Everyone stood up together. Their eyes were burning. Chief, please give the order. I order that in the next half of this month, our intelligence network will start to try to penetrate into the surrounding parts of the world. For the time being, we don't need to collect more information. First, we need to gain a firm foothold. In the next month and the month after that, we need to completely cover the other 3 parts of the world. Within half a year, our intelligence network must cover the entire Heaven Imperial Court. The most trusted intelligence organization in the entire Heaven Imperial Court is only our Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Mo Tianji calmly ordered, I only want results. Any explanation, reason, or statement is not valid in front of me. I don't care what method you've used or what means you've used. In short, this is a death order that must be completed. The only thing that is allowed is to complete the task ahead of time. There is absolutely no delay. Yes, everyone answered loudly. They didn't show any surprise or confusion on their faces. Instead, they all showed a fanatical and nervous expression. Following our chief, we were nothing more than a group of lowly bandits at first. But now, we have quietly become the most popular figures in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Moreover, we have the special business license issued by the government. That is to say, we have been completely whitewashed and have become decent people. To be able to openly appear under the sun, to appear in the eyes of the world, and to sit together with those high officials and nobles to discuss business, and to be treated with respect by these people. Well, in the past, we used to call them fat sheep. But now we had changed. Bandits had become businessmen. Fat sheep had become customers. Moreover, we still needed to rob, because earning money from these people was much faster than robbing them. Not only was there no risk, but it was also very exciting. This was simply the life of a deity. This was originally a good thing that everyone could not even dream of. However, in Mo Tianji's hands, it became a reality in such a short time. And the basis for all of this was Mo Tianji's intelligence network. It was more timely and reliable than the government's intelligence network. Sometimes, the government also needed information from here. Recently, 8 out of 10 of them were leaning towards Mo Tianji's side. Since Mo Tianji's Heavenly Armament Pavilion was only facing an intelligence network and not a military organization, it naturally wasn't a threat. Moreover, it was convenient for everyone. Every month, it could collect a huge amount of tax fees. How could such an organization not be supported? Therefore, Mo Tianji's side was given the green light all the way. Cover the entire Heaven Imperial Court within half a year. This was the next goal that Mo Tianji had set. After arranging the next task, the subordinates all left. The heavy door slowly closed. This hall became a relatively closed secret room. Mo Tianji slowly sat back down. Mo Tianji sat in the middle of the big hand. The big hand slowly closed, wrapping Mo Tianji's entire body inside. Then, the main hall suddenly seemed to be in the open air. This was because the top of the main hall was suddenly densely distributed with stars. It was like a bright, starry sky. Strands of starlight endlessly poured into the Tianji hand. Then, it entered Mo Tianji's body. Bit by bit, it tempered his body and strengthened his elemental energy. Tianji Nebula Formation and Tianji Hand were never just intelligence gathering formations. They were also Mo Tianji's personal control hands. Moreover, they were the most unique and effective places to cultivate. Controlling the world was like this. Mo Tianji had already cultivated it to an extremely high level at present. He could directly draw upon the power of the stars and use it for himself. The purest light of the stars. After a short while, Mo Tianji's entire body was enveloped in brilliant starlight. As the starlight flowed, his elemental energy also gradually flowed. It became more and more vigorous. I need to use this intelligence network to gather information about my brothers. I need to temper my body as much as possible and increase my strength to the limit. I can't fall behind too much. Although I am a think tank who said that a think tank can't be a super expert. In the future, this intelligence network will be the biggest guarantee for us brothers in the martial world. No matter if it's recruitment or any other operation, intelligence will be the most effective weapon. I want to develop it into an invincible intelligence network. No matter what, it cannot be destroyed. This still needs to be perfected. How are the preparations? Chu Yang asked Meng Wuya. Almost done. As long as Yao Ningning can get the approval of the Demon Empress and announce the operation in the name of the Demon Emperor's heaven, we can take action at any time. Everything has been prepared. Meng Wuya answered confidently. Obviously, he was very confident. Divine Soul, how are your personal preparations? Chu Yang turned and asked. In this plan, the divine soul of Jianan was an indispensable and important part. Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes on my side. The divine soul of Jianan patted his chest. Good, then we will conserve our energy and wait for the news. Chu Yang nodded. The few of them chatted and laughed confidently. Everyone believed that the resources they had prepared and all the preparations they had made had already exceeded their needs. Therefore, everyone was not in a hurry. However, no one would have thought that the preparations now were just a drop in the ocean compared to what they really needed to prepare. It was not enough at all. But at this time, Chu Yang, Meng Wuya, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianqian, who were in charge of the overall planning, did not expect this. As they were talking, they suddenly heard a loud boom coming from the horizon. This loud boom was really earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Asking for the author's vote of the year. Chapter 2236. Even the boundless dark clouds in the sky were shaken a few times by this sudden loud noise. Those were the source of the heavy snow that was created by the combined efforts of countless saint experts of the demon race. It was actually shaken by an external force. The commotion caused by this incident was definitely not small. The result of this battle of the century should be out. Zi Xieching frowned and looked into the distance. She could vaguely feel that there were few wisps of divine spirit power shaking and attacking violently over there. This battle of the century between the top experts has already been going on for 3 days and 3 nights. Chu Yang was fascinated. I wonder what the final result will be. There are a total of close to 10 super experts from both sides. However, the possibility of any expert dying should be very small. However, I'm afraid that everyone will inevitably be seriously injured. This is for sure. Zi Xieching sighed. There's really a lot of hostility. In the sky, another mournful howl came from afar. In the blink of an eye, 2 long rainbows could be seen streaking across the sky and instantly disappearing into the horizon. Immediately, another 5 long rainbows flashed and chased after them. It seemed that they would not give up until one of them was dead. One after the other, they were like the 2 most dazzling meteors, flashing and quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Looks like there are 7 people fighting in this battle. 5 against 2. There's a huge disparity in numbers. Those 2 were not strong enough and escaped in defeat. The other 5 were in charge of chasing after them. In such a battle between experts, if one side admitted defeat and retreated, the other side would rarely chase after them. Today, it's rare that they won't give up until one of them is dead. Zixieqing looked at the sky in a daze and sighed. Although it was just a glimpse, it made everyone on the ground feel as if the gap between heaven and earth was huge. Although the few people here were already sages and had entered the ranks of the top powerhouses in the world, they usually felt that they were advancing very quickly and could look down on others. However, at this moment, even though they did not belittle themselves, they truly felt how insignificant they were. It turns out that I'm still very lacking. It turns out that compared to the real experts, I'm still not worth mentioning. Chu Yang stared fixedly at the disappearing rainbow in the sky, and an indescribable feeling of passion welled up in his heart. One day, I will be able to soar in the sky like this. Chu Yang and the others didn't know that there were actually 8 super experts fighting in this battle. He miscalculated the number of people. He also didn't know that the rapid escape light at the end was actually everyone burning their life force in a race of life. They were running for their lives. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to reach such a speed. One of the 3 guards on Mo Yuntian's side was heavily injured, and one of them was dying. The other 2 were also heavily injured, and they brought their companions to activate their last life-saving method to escape with their lives. As long as he could return this time, as long as he could preserve his life this time, then what followed next would be a long and arduous revenge. 10 years was never too late for revenge. This time, things had happened too suddenly. Because of a stroke of fate, they were intercepted and killed, which meant that they were completely unprepared. However, if they were fully prepared, just the individual strength of these 3 guards would be enough to cause chaos in the entire Demon Emperor Heaven. They definitely had the strength to do so. And the 5 guards on Demon Emperor Heaven's side understood this point. They also had the same thought. Since they had attacked, then they would definitely fight until they were dead. If these 3 people were to return alive, then the trouble that would follow would really be huge. Everyone was originally experts of the same level, and their strength was roughly on par. None of them could do anything to each other. Under normal circumstances, even if it was 7 against 1, that person wouldn't be able to win, but he would still be able to escape unscathed. At their level, wanting to kill them directly in a battle was undoubtedly a rather difficult thing. Unless they were alone and met an expert like D, then there was a possibility that they wouldn't be able to escape. It was precisely because of this that Zixieqing had such doubts previously. However, this time because there were too many experts on Demon Emperor Heaven's side gathered in one place, intercepting them from all directions. 3 against 5, they were already at an absolute disadvantage. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with the place and people. Often, when they were moving at extreme speed during the battle, someone would suddenly join the battle and launch a sneak attack. In a battle between experts, the slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. Usually, they would completely disregard or even ignore the attacks. But now, they were like one fatal straw after another, making their situation worse. They were in danger of being annihilated at every turn. In fact, it was those occasional sneak attacks by enemies that appeared without warning that caused them to be caught off guard and slow to react. That was why they were heavily injured. If they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be such a free lunch falling from the sky anymore. If you want to beat a snake, you must beat it to death. Once they returned, no matter how serious their injuries were, they still had ways to recover quickly. By then, it would still be 7 against 7, and they would no longer have any advantage to speak of. This heaven-sent opportunity in front of them was perhaps the one and only chance to break the balance. The 5 great guards of Demon Emperor Heaven, who wanted to pass the bottleneck, saw that the situation was in their favor and naturally pursued even more desperately. They didn't even hesitate to use their own life force to increase their speed, not daring to relax at all. Under the watchful eyes of the experts below, 7 rainbows, 2 in front and 5 behind, came and went suddenly. They crisscrossed and intersected, almost forming a strange, huge net in the sky. However, the pursuers couldn't catch up no matter how hard they tried, and the escapers couldn't completely shake off their pursuers. The situation fell into a stalemate for a moment. Just as the pursuit in the sky was still in a stalemate, the Demon Empress' birthday celebration finally ended in an orderly manner. However, during the birthday celebration, the Demon Empress solemnly announced an important piece of news to the people of Demon Emperor Heaven, which immediately caused the entire Demon Emperor Heaven to fall into chaos. According to reliable news, the extraterrestrial demons have already invaded Demon Emperor Heaven. This sudden news was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. What were the extraterrestrial demons? This was something that everyone naturally knew, and it was something that they knew very well. Thinking back to those years, the other heavenly emperor of a region, Zi Hao, led an army of tens of millions and fought a bloody battle. Everyone wasn't unfamiliar with it, and it was still a popular legend. Now, the extraterrestrial demons had already occupied purple cloud heavens for many years and were currently in a standoff with the imperial court's army. This was something that everyone was well aware of, and they had always been paying close attention to the situation over there. However, in such a long time, the extraterrestrial demons didn't make any big movements. From beginning to end, they only engaged in small-scale battles, harassing battles, and all kinds of probing. Although they were endless, there was no real big battle. As time passed, everyone subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. However, they didn't expect that at such a delicate moment, the news of the extraterrestrial demons' invasion would suddenly spread. With regards to the authenticity of this news, no one doubted it because there was no need to doubt the source of this news. The demon race of Demon Emperor Heaven could doubt anyone, including themselves. However, there was one person who absolutely wouldn't doubt it, and that was the Demon Empress herself, the master of Demon Emperor Heaven. And this news was announced by the Demon Empress on her birthday in an unusually solemn manner. Or it could be said that she was informing everyone of a fact. If it wasn't true, why would she announce it at such a time? The extraterrestrial demons sent as many as 3 million first-class experts. Many years ago, they changed their appearances, transformed into human forms, and infiltrated the Heaven Imperial Court to act as the vanguard and wait for an opportunity to take over the Heaven Imperial Court. This is also the real reason why the extraterrestrial demons seem to have been quiet all these years and didn't make any movements. The Demon Empress words made everyone's heart heavy. No wonder the extraterrestrial demons were so well-behaved all these years. It turned out that they had made such a huge plan to nibble away at us from the inside and then cooperate with us from the outside to completely annihilate us. Their plan was indeed huge. However, this Empress isn't very clear about the exact number of years these spies have been lurking. The only thing I can confirm is that the current Heaven Imperial Court is as precarious as a pile of eggs. We have to plan for the worst and then proceed in the best direction. The Demon Empress words were undoubtedly very reasonable. If the extraterritorial demons had really started to set up their plan many years ago, and everyone was still clear about their actions, then they would not be extraterritorial demons. Even being able to find some clues like this might be a kind of luck. Right now, the great battle that is going on right now is the peak experts of our Demon Emperor sky fighting against the hidden experts of the extraterrestrial demons. But we still don't know how many of such experts they have. How many of such demons are still hidden in the Imperial Court? The Demon Empress' tone was very heavy, and the demon hearts of the entire Demon Emperor sky also became heavy. Yes, the extraterrestrial demons have only exposed a few people, and they already need our Demon Emperor Sky to send out all the peak experts to go all out and risk their lives, to create such a huge commotion. Then, once the other party mobilized all their forces, what would happen? When they thought of this, everyone shuddered. Some of the more astute ones instantly looked around, afraid that an extraterrestrial demon would suddenly appear beside them. From now on, the entire Demon Emperor Sky is to prepare for war. From now on, the entire Demon Emperor Sky is to be a soldier. From now on, we must be extremely careful of the extraterrestrial demons. We must ferret out all the extraterrestrial demons in our sky and exterminate them. From now on, the Demon Emperor Sky and the extraterrestrial demons are irreconcilable. On the day of this Empress' birthday, I will issue a battle order. All members of our Demon Emperor Sky are forbidden to engage in internal strife and fight against the extraterrestrial demons with all their might. In the face of foreign aggression, we must unite against a common enemy. When the Demon Empress said this, she seemed to be emphasizing every word. Her voice was extremely heavy and almost condensed. It displayed her extremely heavy state of mind. On the day of her birthday, she would issue the strictest battle order. These few words instantly caused the entire Demon Emperor Sky to boil. Sprinkle my hot blood. Protect my homeland. Slaughter all the extraterrestrial demons and protect our Demon Emperor Sky. Chapter 2237. The Demon Emperor's solemn and clear voice resounded throughout the entire Demon Emperor's Sky in different ways. Everyone in the Demon Emperor's Sky felt their blood boiling. They felt as if their hearts were about to explode as they roared in unison. My blood, protect my homeland. Slay the otherworldly demons and bless the Demon Emperor's Sky. My blood, protect my homeland. Slay the otherworldly demons and bless the Demon Emperor's Sky. The Demon Emperor strategy was announced at the same time. From now on, everyone in the Demon Emperor's Sky is to prepare for battle. Gather all the soldiers in the Demon Emperor's palace and prepare for battle. Martial artists who are determined to slay the otherworldly demons are to gather at Luohua City and choose your subordinates. You must act in an orderly manner. Do not fight on your own and damage your own foundation. Pass down my order. Organize a martial arts exhibition at Luohua City. In the entire Demon Emperor's heaven, the King of Sabers, King of Swords, King of Spears, King of Assassins, the winner can lead an army and prepare for war. Demon Emperor Tian Taining will personally oversee Luohua City. He will be in charge of all matters. Once the otherworldly demons are slain, all the kings will be listed as the kings of the Demon Emperor's Sky. They will be respected for generations to come. Martial artists will gather at Luohua City and follow the rules to choose the number one in the Demon Emperor's Sky. Once the army is mobilized, he will be the number one in the Demon Emperor's Sky. I'd like to solemnly declare that there is still a long way to go to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. The extraterrestrial demons are brutal, and their cultivation is extraordinary. Martial artists below the martial saint level must not act rashly. Organize yourselves. Once the war breaks out, the supply and demand of logistics will depend on everyone. Start investigating the people in your territory. Do not act rashly. Do your best to find the otherworldly demons and pacify the world. Turn the Demon Emperor's Sky into a paradise for the people. We will not allow the demons to grow here and disturb the world. The Demon Emperor's speech shocked the entire Demon Emperor's Sky. It was a long speech, but every word and sentence became the motto of the people in the Demon Emperor's Sky. In a short time, almost everyone could recite it. The martial artists in the world were even more excited. Whether they were hermits or survivors, they all came out of their mountains and swarmed towards Luohua City with passion, especially when the Demon Empress mentioned titles like King and Demon Sky Martial World's #1 martial artist. These titles caused the blood of countless martial artists to boil. A man's life is like a plant's autumn. If he could use this opportunity to leave his name for 100 generations, then he wouldn't have lived in vain. Driven by such thoughts, coupled with the feeling of being a martyr on the battlefield to protect their homeland, countless supermasters rushed to Luohua City. However, most of the people who had gathered here were just ordinary martial artists. These people were barely at the level of a saint. Naturally, they didn't have any intention of fighting for supremacy. However, their hot-bloodedness wasn't inferior to any of the participants. We may not have peerless divine skills, but we have hot-bloodedness. We may not be able to become kings, but we can still contribute a little bit of cannon fodder and a straw to the war against the extraterrestrial demons. There were even many people who had irreconcilable blood feuds with each other. In the past, whenever they met, they would immediately draw their swords and fight to the death. But after meeting this time, both sides smiled at each other in unison. The invasion of the heavenly demons is a huge matter. The grudge between you and me is a personal grudge. Let's not have a personal grudge. That's right. After killing the extraterrestrial demons, if we're still alive, shall we have a battle with you? After killing the extraterrestrial demons, if we're lucky enough to survive, we'll fight to the death. If you die in the holy war, we'll forget about our grudge. I'll do my best to raise your descendants. If I die in the holy war, you can do whatever you want. Are you the only one who's noble? If you don't die in the holy war, I'll definitely kill you. But if you die in the holy war, I won't bully your orphans and widows. On the contrary, I'll take care of them with all my heart. Take care of yourself. Wait for the day when I chop your neck with my sword. You too. Take care of yourself. Don't die in the hands of those extraterrestrial demons. My sword still needs your blood and sweat. The Demon Empress order undoubtedly shocked the world. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Chu Yang himself. When he heard this news, Chu Yang was completely dumbfounded. Elder sister, I just wanted your son to beg you, and then you would agree to hold a martial arts exhibition in Luohua City. My original intention was at most to gather some people from here to expand the team for the expedition in the future. I really didn't have any more ideas. Do you have to make such a big fuss? Chu Yang was completely at a loss. The changes in front of him had greatly exceeded his expectations. He had completely lost the ability to control the overall situation. Damn it. How can a mere saint like me be so busy with such a big matter? I only have a few people under me. At most, it's less than 10,000. But now, so many people have come to Luohua City. At least 10 million people. What do you want me to do? Do you think I'm Mo Tianji? Even if Mo Tianji was here, he might not be able to handle it. Although I'm somewhat talented, I know my own limitations. Even if I don't belittle myself, or even if I'm invincible, to have to deal with so many tedious things every day. Oh my God, kill me! Oh God, save me! Chu Yang was very worried. Not only him, but even Meng Wuya, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianqian, who were used to countless big scenes, were stunned by the big deal of the Demon Empress this time. This was too surprising. In fact, the cause of this matter was very simple. It was not complicated at all. At first, Chu Yang felt that the current manpower was relatively insufficient. It was not enough to form an army to wipe out the extraterrestrial demons. Even their ability to protect themselves was not strong enough. So, he discussed with others to see if there was a way to recruit people faster. Chu Yang's idea was very simple and pure. Lure people with fame and benefits. Organize some activities, create some reputation, take out a few divine weapons or heavenly treasures, and attract people to come. Then, recruit them from the excavations. But there was an unavoidable problem. That was, it had to be approved by the officials of Demon Emperor's Heaven. Otherwise, it would be an illegal gathering, and it would definitely be suspected and punished by the officials. And the city lord of Luohua City obviously did not have this authority. But when this matter reached Yao Ningning's ears, he immediately patted his chest and said, "Leave this small matter to me. We can directly give orders in the name of the royal family. I will have the final say in organizing this event. So, there was a series of previous events. Before leaving, Chu Yang reminded him again and again, you must make it clear. Don't cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Also, the matter should not be too big. Everything is important. Be careful. Yao Ningning agreed readily, as if it was a small matter and no problem at all. Who would have thought that this guy would do such an earth-shattering thing after he went back? This was far from Chu Yang's original plan. It was at least thousands of miles away. For a moment, Chu Yang felt as if the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging in the world. Countless heroes and warriors were rushing towards this place. He felt as if the world had become his heart. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Chu Yang was in tears. Why did I believe that idiot? I knew that he was an idiot, but I still pinned my hopes on him. If he is an idiot, then I am an idiot. I am just a small character from a small family. Is there a need to go through so much trouble? Damn it. I really can't afford to go through so much trouble now, of course. Chu Yang still had other considerations in his heart. The Demon Empress was so serious. On the surface, it seemed that it was because of her son's request, but this was too much of a fuss. Although the theory of the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons might not be groundless. For so many tens of thousands of years, if the extraterrestrial demons with ulterior motives did not infiltrate the Heaven Imperial Court, Chu Yang would not believe it even if he used his, but to think. The Demon Empress attitude also showed that this female hero was a resolute supporter of war when it came to the matter of the extraterrestrial demons. She seemed to be using this matter to announce something and reveal something to the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Anyway, it was definitely not entirely because of her son's request. How could a strong person who could reach the level of the Demon Empress do things like this? This was completely impossible. Therefore, Chu Yang could not help but think further. He thought again of the time when the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds was alone and without help. Then he thought of the Demon Empress, great fanfare this time. Chu Yang decided that although there might be something fishy about this matter, since this unexpected meat pie had already fallen from the sky, then even if he knew that it was beyond his ability and that he could not swallow it, he had to swallow it. Even if he was stuffed to death, he had to try his best to swallow it. This might have some considerations of the Demon Empress, but this might also be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion to rise. Go all out, I'm going to do it. When Chu Yang said this, he gritted his teeth and tears streamed down his face. This meant that the Heavenly Armament Pavilion would once again become the world's poorest pauper in the shortest time possible. There are so many people's food, clothing, lodging, cultivation, weapons, armors, and so on. All of these things need to be prepared, right? Poor me, I've only been rich for a few days. I haven't even enjoyed myself yet, and I'm about to become poor bitter. After working hard for more than 10 years, I'm going to become a pauper overnight. Chu Yang looked up at the sky and sighed, speechless. But since he had already decided to do it, then he would do everything in the best direction. Sorry for yesterday, brothers and sisters. Please forgive me. This is a supplementary update. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 2238. After making up his mind, Chu Yang immediately informed the Tang clan's third young master, I have a large number of treasures to auction. Quickly exchange them for purple cloud coins. I don't want to maximize the value, but I want to be fast. The Tang clan's third young master was as thin as a bamboo pole. As soon as he heard the news, he became busy as if a spring had been wound up. Countless purple cloud coins flowed into Chu Yang and the Tang clan's third young master's pockets. At the same time, foreign martial artists also rushed into Luohua City in batches. From Chu Yang to Tai Butian, Meng Wuya, Wu Qianqian, and the others in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion were all spinning like crazy. They were so busy that their feet were hitting the back of their heads. It seemed that they didn't even have time to take a breather. Someone had to receive so many people. The Demon Empress had personally ordered these people to come. She couldn't let these people sleep on the streets, right? Then, where would the Demon Empress put her face? Fortunately, there were official helpers in Luohua City. But even so, the entire Luohua City was full within 7 days. Chu Yang had no choice but to think of another way. But at this time, the Tang clan's third young master suddenly had an idea. He got hundreds of thousands of tents to sell at one time. After making a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of white mushrooms appeared outside Luohua City overnight. There were too many people living in tents. They were waiting for the Demon Empress to announce the start of the event. Seeing the situation, Chu Yang suddenly had an idea. He immediately poured out a lot of purple cloud coins and asked all the clothing manufacturers to start making tents in large numbers. Just the first batch of orders had already reached a total of 5 million. Note that this was only the first batch. Chu Yang could completely predict that with the capacity of martial artists in the Demon Emperor Heaven and the power of the Demon Empress personal summons, the number of martial artists who came here would definitely exceed 20 to 30 million. So, tents were now good things. Just at the beginning, Chu Yang was already a little overwhelmed. I really can't afford this. This was Chu Yang's catchphrase now. He almost became a lunatic if he kept saying this. However, Chu Yang didn't know that there was something that he couldn't afford to do. This catchphrase of his had yet to be repeated. The most mysterious God-Fall forest in the Double Heaven Imperial Court also showed signs of people. God-Fall jungle. This place was not necessarily mysterious. It was actually a super jungle that spanned from the west, south, and east of the Demon Emperor sky from the other side. However, it was also the dividing line between the Demon Emperor Heaven of the Heaven Imperial Court and the other 3 great heavens and Earth adjacent to it. In terms of area alone, the God's Fall jungle was absolutely not smaller than any world. Moreover, the area of the God's Fall forest seemed to be faintly expanding. Of course, these were not enough for this forest to be called the most mysterious. The reason why this forest was called the most mysterious was because, in the legends, a true god had fallen in this forest. Therefore, it was called the Godfall Forest. However, no one knew whether or not a god had fallen here. However, as far as the Heaven Imperial Court was concerned, the God's Fall Forest was not only a mysterious place, but also a forbidden area. It was definitely a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter the God's Fall Forest. Even Di Guang had to discuss with the people inside if he wanted to enter the God's Fall Forest. It was said that there was a very special race inside. This race was called the Elves. They didn't belong to humans or demons. They were a race that had unique life characteristics. In the God's Fall Forest, there were many experts, and there was no lack of top-notch experts. The legendary elf emperor's cultivation was definitely not below Di Guang's. He might even be stronger. Now, in such a precarious and delicate moment, the elf race of the God's Fall Forest suddenly appeared and declared, "We, the elf race, are duty-bound to exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. Protecting the Heaven Imperial Court is the sacred duty of the elf race. We also want to participate in the battle of exterminating the demons." Although everyone was dissatisfied with the elf race's boasting and even thought too highly of themselves, they just silently complained. The war was imminent, and the extraterrestrial demons were present. It was really not suitable for them to cause trouble. Moreover, the elf race was kind enough to help. If it was in the past, the humans and demons would probably teach these fellows a lesson just because of these arrogant words. What did they mean by "you're duty-bound to exterminate the demons"? What did they mean by "protecting the Heaven Imperial Court is the sacred duty of the elf race"? You can be responsible, but don't think of yourself as the savior of the world. Do you think you're the king of the world? If it was just this, it would be fine. Although everyone was dissatisfied at this special juncture, they still understood the big picture. They tolerated it one by one. It didn't matter. If you want to participate in the war, then participate. One more battle force was one more chance of winning. However, This elf race was obviously too arrogant. He actually made such an illogical and even annoying request. We, the elf race, will definitely participate. However, as noble as we are, we will never accept the command of humans. We will never accept the command of demons. We, the elf race, are the noblest race in the world. We are the only race in the world. We are the supreme race. All the races and manpower that participate in the war must be arranged and coordinated by us. We will send out the invincible generals, the invincible military advisors. The right to command the war must be controlled by us. No one else has any authority. They must obey all of our commands unconditionally. Once such a condition was thrown out, the entire Demon Emperor sky exploded. Why? Who do you think you are? How many tens of thousands of years has it been? Who has seen you? Do you know what this world is like? Do you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? He actually wanted to take over the command right from the start. What the fuck? The Demon Emperor's heaven's pugilistic world was in an uproar. The elves refused to give in to his demands, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. Looking at how things were developing, perhaps the two sides would have to fight before the heavenly demon battle. Chu Yang sighed. What should I do about this matter? The elf race is really awesome. If others don't accept your conditions, you can either take a step back or just retreat and not participate in the battle, right? However, every single one of them was stubborn. Over and over again, there was only one sentence. We want to participate in the war. We want full command authority. We don't accept it. None of you are worthy. Seeing that the next conflict was about to erupt? Even the instigator of this matter, the Demon Empress, did not expect that such an announcement would cause a huge uproar. However, she did not expect that the elf race who had been lost to the world for a long time would come out. Furthermore, the elf race's way of thinking was so weird and illogical. Currently, although the news of the elf clan had already spread, the elf clan did not send out a large army. Only their representatives and the upper echelons of the Demon Emperor Heaven were constantly arguing. Although the atmosphere was very intense, it was not to the point of no return. The Demon Empress could only ignore it for the time being. If she really went to discuss with these people, she would probably not be able to say more than a few words before she would attack and kill all of them. However, it was obviously not suitable for her to kill them now. In the hearts of the higher-ups of the Demon Emperor Sky, they naturally knew about the eccentricity of the elf race. The elf race was a race that was so arrogant that it made almost all the other races loathe them. In their hearts, number one under the heavens. This kind of thinking was deeply rooted and almost unshakable. Other than being arrogant, almost every elf race had mysophobia and were extremely particular about cleanliness. They had always looked at people with their nostrils. Even if it was the most beautiful woman in the world, they would only disdain her because she smelled like a fish. Even the cleanest place would be sneered at by them. All trash. However, the elf race's nature was to advocate peace. They were kind-hearted and did not like war. Even the most demanding race would never deny these. They were like a group of angels who did not eat the food of mortals. It made people love and hate them. We know that you are an angel, and we can also treat you as an angel. However, please don't treat yourself as an angel, okay? That was probably the reason. Author's note. I suddenly thought of our author when I wrote here. It seemed that there were some similarities. When the readers read books and treat the author as a great god, that was because the readers liked it. However, the author must not treat himself as a great god. However, regarding this matter, Chu Yang felt that he was very indifferent. It seemed that this matter had nothing to do with him. Although, when he was in the Chongtian continent, he had some relations with the native elves there. He had once helped Dukyu and even obtained some elf emperor seal. However, all of that seemed to have nothing to do with the elves here. Moreover, judging from the arrogance of these elves, Chu Yang was even a little worried. If they found out that I, a human, had obtained the elf clan's elf emperor's seal, would they become angry out of humiliation and kill me? Because I am a dirty human. Moreover, they were arguing with the higher-ups of the demon emperor heaven. Those were the higher-ups of the demon emperor heaven. It had nothing to do with him. The mountain was high, and the emperor was far away. He believed that he would definitely not be able to see them. Groundless fears, looking for trouble. Therefore, Chuyang put all his energy into continuing to expand his forces. The demon empress had given him convenience and created such a good advantage. If he did not make good use of it, how could he be worthy of her great support? Chapter 2239. After Yao Ningning by Shi Xian and the others left, the beautiful woman in white finally couldn't hold it in any more. With doubts, she walked into the palace of the demon empress. Big sister, do you think that there's something fishy about this matter? The white-clothed, beautiful woman asked suspiciously. The demon empress laughed. You've been dragging your feet all the way until now. I think you're here to ask me about this matter, right? The beautiful woman in white nodded embarrassedly. Yes, a heavenly devil suddenly appeared. This matter is a little too inconceivable, the demon empress shook her head. Bringing up this matter now might be a little abrupt, but it might not be inconceivable, because in the Heaven Imperial Palace there are heavenly devils lurking. It's not a rumor, it's real. I can understand that there are people hiding in the extraterritorial demons. However, the 3 people who came earlier were clearly Mo Yuntian's 3 great guards. They weren't extraterritorial demons. The beautiful woman in white continued. We can beat a snake to death, but we still need a reason to beat a snake. What we got rid of are the remnants of the heavenly devils lurking in the demon emperor heaven. No one can doubt it. No one can doubt it. The demon empress said slowly, Big sister, I can understand what you're saying, but there's another matter, which is also the most important thing. Our actions might not be beneficial to ourselves. It will only completely benefit Chuyang and his heavenly armament pavilion. The beautiful woman in white was puzzled. Although Ningning and her friends and know each other's hearts, I'm afraid we're making a big fuss over nothing by doing this. Furthermore, he's developing his strength in the demon emperor heaven. Wouldn't he absorb all the experts of our demon emperor heaven? The beautiful woman in white still had one more sentence that she didn't say. This is clearly inviting a wolf into the house. Aren't you afraid of being devoured by it one day? In the past, Chuyang might not have needed to worry about this. But now, Chuyang was already close to the level of a sage. His cultivation was still increasing at a rapid pace. According to the information that had been gathered over the past few days, even his subordinates were making continuous progress at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although this force was still in its embryonic form, it was already showing an unstoppable momentum. The demon empress smiled calmly and said, Your worries are reasonable, but I naturally have my own considerations. There are 3 reasons why I would do this. There are actually 3 reasons. The beautiful woman in white frowned. Please tell me, elder sister. The first reason is because of the friendship between Chuyang and Ning. You also said that they are very close to each other. It's really rare for Ning to have such a friend. Of course, this reason is the weakest factor. If it's only because of this, I can at most guarantee that Chuyang won't die. I won't make such a big move. However, because of the first reason, it can also guarantee that Ning Er's position in the heavenly imperial court will be unshakable once Chuyang's wings are fully grown. What he had was an extremely reliable ally that he didn't have to worry about. This was a friendship that had been forged in times of adversity. Such a relationship is indeed worth investing in. The demon empress spoke tirelessly, and the beautiful woman in white listened attentively. Elder sister is right about this. Chuyang is indeed not an ungrateful person. There are hundreds of benefits and no disadvantages to being close to him. I agree. But what about the other 2 reasons? The second reason is relatively simpler. The demon empress smiled strangely. A few days ago, I started a heaven covering. The beautiful woman in white's face twitched uncontrollably because of this sudden shocking news. Heaven covering? Whose heaven are you covering? Shwel Lehan's heaven. The demon empress sneered. Eastern royal heaven. The beautiful woman in white was instantly dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it. Why? Do you think there's something wrong with my way of doing things? Only he can cover my heaven, but I can't cover his heaven? The demon empress raised her eyebrows. That's not what I meant. You. The beautiful woman in white hurriedly denied. This elder sister's temper was still the same as before. She wouldn't take any loss. After covering the Eastern royal heaven, Shwel Lehan didn't say any more nonsense. He only told me one thing. The demon empress's expression was a little serious. He said, there's someone behind Chu Yang. There's someone behind him? The beautiful woman in white was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. It was even very explicit. However, such a sentence, coming from Shwel Lehan's mouth, seemed so unusual. The meaning of "there's someone behind him" was undoubtedly, "I can't afford to offend anyone behind Chu Yang." But who could it be if even Shwel Lehan couldn't afford to offend him? Shwel Lehan was a ruthless character who even dared to challenge the saint back then. And the saint was the indisputable #1 existence in this heaven imperial court world. And the person whom the Eastern royal heaven emperor couldn't afford to offend might not be the saint. Then who could that person be? At that time, I couldn't help but ask this question. The demon empress said thoughtfully. Shwel Lehan only said, "If something happens to us, it might not be so. If something happens to Chu Yang, I'm afraid the entire heaven imperial court will cease to exist." What? There's actually such a person in this world? Is this possible? It's impossible, right? The beautiful woman in white wasn't as surprised as she was today. This was too shocking. Sweet potato. In this heaven imperial court world, we're certainly the top existences and rulers. But outside this world, what kind of level can we be considered? This universe is so vast. How many things and how many experts are there that we don't know about? The demon empress looked at the starry sky outside the window and said with a sigh, "Of course, this shocked me greatly, but it's still not the main reason why I'm willing to help. Even if there's really an unparalleled expert behind Chu Yang, if he really offends me, he'll still die. I said I won't help him, so I won't help him. This isn't a big deal. Even if this world is destroyed, I won't be the only unlucky one to suffer. Heaven and earth will decay because of me, and the universe will be overturned because of me. Isn't this a happy thing in life?" A cold light flashed in the demon empress' eyes, and her aura instantly rose. The beautiful woman in white saw this, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. How could she not know her own sister's character? She would rather break than bend. Heaven and earth were never in her eyes. What really made me determined was the third point. This third point is the most important factor. The demon empress said softly, "The extraterrestrial demons." The extraterrestrial demons? What has it got to do with the extraterrestrial demons? The beautiful woman in white frowned and repeated, asking subconsciously, "The extraterrestrial demons are the most important enemies of our heaven imperial court. They're also a problem that we have to face in the future." Back then, Zhao, the Purple Firmament Emperor, realized this point. That's why he still chose to fight alone. In the end, his entire army was annihilated and he died. But what no one knows is it's because of Zhao's desperate battle that most of the extraterrestrial demons' experts were killed. Although it didn't damage their foundation, it's still because of that battle that the extraterrestrial demons no longer have the confidence to swallow the entire heaven imperial court. It's already so difficult for them to fight against just Zhao heavens. What's more, they have to fight against all 10 heavens and earth at the same time. So all these years, they've been recuperating. Although they haven't given up on their evil intentions, they still don't dare to act rashly. The demon empress heaved a sigh of relief. When Zihao fought against the extraterrestrial demons, the connection between the entire purple firmament and the outside world was completely cut off. There's no news at all. There was a rumor that Zihao, the heavenly emperor of Zishao, knew the danger of the battle. He once sent his personal bodyguards, which were his 7 stars bodyguards, to break out of the encirclement and ask for help. But these 7 people disappeared without a trace. If Zihao's 7 stars bodyguards were still there, that battle would still inevitably end in failure. But I believe that Zihao wouldn't have died in the battle. The demon empress' cold face was full of doubts. But in fact, those 7 people did spread the news. It was also from then on that the various heavens and earth in the Heaven Imperial Court united against a common enemy because of the extraterrestrial demons. Countless experts of the pugilistic world rushed to Purple Firmament's aid at night. But at that time, because each heavens and earth had their own misgivings, they couldn't unite against a common enemy. The various heavenly emperors restrained each other, and the saint's attitude was ambiguous. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore, because our demon emperor heaven isn't far from Purple Firmament. I snuck into Purple Firmament alone to see the situation of the battle. Unfortunately, I was 1 step too late. I only saw the aftermath of that battle. Just 15 minutes before I went, Zihao finally self-destructed and died. Tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demons, corpses floated in the air. Zihao's last roar has been echoing in my heart for more than 1,000,000 years. Yao Xan looked up to the sky and sighed. Suddenly, she roared like a thunderbolt. Fighting alone. Fighting to the last soldier. What's the point of dying? But not a single one of the trillions of living beings in the Heaven Imperial Court came to help. Why are people's hearts so cold? Why are people's hearts so cold? The demon empress let out a thunderous roar without any warning, causing the entire demon emperor's sky to tremble endlessly. In an instant, the sky was filled with wind and clouds. Just like back then, the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor Z let out an extremely sullen roar before he died. The beautiful woman in white, who was closest to the source of the sound, suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body. Waves of hot blood surged and made her hair stand on end. For 1,000,000 years, I've been asking myself this question. Why are people's hearts so cold? The demon empress smiled bleakly. There were many doubts about what happened back then. There must be something else going on, and there must be a big hand manipulating all of this. At this moment, the beautiful woman in white was so shocked that she was speechless. For such a top secret, the only thing she could do was to be shocked. Seeing Zihao die, I was 1 step too late. In my anger, I activated the Demonic Emperor's secret technique, Demonic Emperor's universe, at that moment. With 1 attack, millions of extraterrestrial demons were instantly turned into dust. They were all buried with Zihao. I was 1 step too late and couldn't fight side by side with that unparalleled hero. This was the only way for the hero to not be lonely. Chapter 2240. It's a pity that I was still alone at that time, and my demonic power was exhausted. To be able to fight against the extraterrestrial demons for a long time. Even I could only retreat temporarily when the few demon lords of the extraterrestrial demons were on the move. The demon empress looked up and sighed. After that battle, tens of thousands of years had passed. Outside the ink sky, the corpse of one of Zihao's 7 star guards was found by chance. It was outside the ink sky in the mountains. His body was like a beehive, and only a skeleton was left. After that, Xue Leihan spent a lot of effort and found the corpses of other people. They were left on the ice peak of the extreme, heaven forever. They became eternally frozen. Their faces full of grief and indignation before they died were still vivid, as if they were still alive. So that's how Zihao's 7 star guards died. That's why Xue Leihan rushed to the imperial court in a rage and fought a bloody battle with the saint back then. The Demon Empress said thoughtfully, however, until the end of that battle, Shuelehan still didn't really explain what exactly happened back then. However, ever since that battle, the Eastern Royal Heavens was heavily guarded, and the entire Eastern Royal Heavens was preparing for war. It has been 1,000,000 years since then. Furthermore, after that battle, Shuelehan obviously distanced himself from the other heavenly emperors. He was rarely seen again. The reason why our two heavens still have contact with each other is probably because Shuelehan knew that I had once gone to the Purple Cloud heavens to help. In the end, I even helped the Purple Cloud heavenly emperor a little. However, this made me feel sincerely ashamed. The Demon Empress sighed deeply. The beautiful lady in white exhaled deeply, feeling that she was already shocked to the point that she was going to be dumbfounded. Just this short sentence contained so many secrets, so many huge secrets that could explode the entire heavenly imperial court. She really couldn't think of it, even if she cracked her head. Countless unsolvable mysteries appeared one by one in front of her today. Back then, why couldn't the news from the Purple Cloud heavens be sent out? Why did Zihao have to send out his 7-star guards to break through the blockade and send out the news? And why did the 7-star guards die? What role did the saint play in this? What was the reaction of the various heavenly emperors at that time? Why did one person die in the ink sky? Everyone else died in the extreme sky. And what did Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud Yuan Tianjie do? The Violet Firmament Monarch, Zihao, has always been on good terms with the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. Why didn't he head to the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms to request for reinforcements? Yet he wanted to go to the Ink Cloud sky and the extreme sky. No matter which one of these questions was enough to trigger a huge tsunami in the Heaven Imperial Court. And what exactly happened in the Heaven Imperial Court that year that no one knew about? These were all mysteries, but one thing was for sure. Something must have happened between the top leaders of the Heaven Imperial Court back then. And these things were the key to Zihao's defeat. After that, Emperor 1, Empress 1, and only Saint Monarch slowly separated their respective worlds. They minded their own business and rarely interacted with each other. Moreover, each of them is filled with suspicion and fear towards the other. The Demon Empress' voice was filled with indescribable fatigue and indescribable sorrow. After Zihao died, in order to find a clear understanding, I once went deep into the place of the extraterrestrial demons alone. I transformed into their clansmen and understood everything about the extraterrestrial demons. The Demon Empress said softly, "Then I found out that these extraterrestrial demons are the life and death enemy of our Heaven Imperial Court. At the same time, they are also an unavoidable, great danger. The place where the extraterrestrial demons originally lived is floating in the universe. It is a special existence like an isolated island. The area is very limited. Moreover, the environment is extremely bad. When the strong wind blows, the extraterrestrial demons will have waves of air that reach the sky. The earth trembles and the mountains shake. There are even volcanic eruptions. It seriously threatens their safety. In their surroundings, there is no suitable place for them to live. And if the extraterrestrial demons want to expand, they must invade the Heaven Imperial Court. Purple Cloud Heavens is only their first stronghold. They will definitely not stop here. They are ambitious and far-sighted. As early as 1,000,000 years ago, they have already started to distort the truth and claim that our Heaven Imperial Court is the evil one. In their mouth, we natives have become the extraterrestrial demons who commit all kinds of evil, confusing right and wrong, turning black and white upside down. There is nothing better than this. The beautiful woman in white clenched her teeth and scolded. But under their long-term propaganda, the entire extraterrestrial demon clan has already united against a common enemy. Even the children who receive education in their schools have to shout slogans before they start learning every time they go to class. The slogan is actually, "Exterminate the extraterrestrial demons and restore our Heaven Imperial Court." The Demon Empress said, They are simply shameless. How can there be such a despicable race? The beautiful woman in white was so angry that her face turned red. The purple cloud heavens is a lone piece of land in the outside world. It has always been coveted by the otherworldly demons. Now that it has been taken over by them, they actually have the audacity to say that this piece of land was originally their homeland, and we are the invaders from long ago. The demon empress' voice was very eerie. This group of bastards who deserve to be cut into pieces. Back then, they invaded our purple cloud heavens. Hundreds of millions of purple cloud heaven citizens were all killed by them. They committed a monstrous crime of killing and still have the audacity to twist the truth and make a false accusation that we are the invaders. How can there be such a shameless thing in this world? How can there be such a shameless race? The beautiful woman in white was so angry that her towering chest heaved up and down continuously. Her face was flushed red as if she was about to explode. Sigh. The extraterrestrial demons have been preparing for war since 1,000,000 years ago. They have never given up on their desire to destroy us. But our Heaven Imperial Court has always been singing and dancing in peace. We have been building our chariots behind closed doors. The only battles we have are all internal strife. The demon empress sighed helplessly. No matter if it is the number of experts or ordinary people in the Heaven Imperial Court, they outnumber the extraterrestrial demons by more than 10 times. If they really go all out in a battle, exterminating the extraterrestrial demons would be as easy as flipping one's hand. But the demon empress let out a long sigh. The beautiful woman in white was also an important member of the demon emperor heaven. How could she not know the current situation of the Heaven Imperial Court? She couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At first glance, the Heaven Imperial Court looked strong and powerful, but the regular armies of the various worlds had not participated in a large-scale battle for far too long. Now, apart from the high-level experts, the so-called regular army's combat power was far inferior to the people of the pugilistic world. The reason for all this was very simple. Everyone had been living in peace for far too long. It had been so long that they had gradually forgotten their battle instincts, and the environment of the extraterrestrial demons was extremely harsh. For the sake of hope, for the sake of the future, everyone was practicing martial arts with all their might. Everyone saw the destruction of the Heaven Imperial Court as their own responsibility. If a great battle broke out one day, it would be hard to predict the outcome of the battle. It was definitely not optimistic. The extraterrestrial demons and the Heaven Imperial Court will have a battle sooner or later. This is already foreseeable. The demon empress said softly, "To restore the purple cloud heavens and let it return to the Heaven Imperial Court's territory has been our long-cherished wish for many years. But the extraterrestrial demons will definitely not back out easily. Our restoration of the purple cloud heavens is mostly just to avenge the heroes, to avenge the innocent people, to take back what we originally had, and to vent our anger. But to the extraterrestrial demons, this is a battle of life and death. So, once we make a move on the purple cloud heavens, the extraterrestrial demons will fight to the death with the Heaven Imperial Court. There is absolutely no possibility of retreat. That battle will happen sooner or later." The demon empress said quietly, "If we win in the end, everyone will be happy. But if we lose, then the great catastrophe of the Heaven Imperial Court will be unavoidable." So this battle has not broken out yet. The main reason is that both sides have their own concerns and are unwilling to start a war easily. But in the long run, if we continue to wait as the extraterrestrial demons become more and more rampant, our gradually weakening military power will definitely weaken further. The demon empress smiled bitterly. If this continues, the day of the Heaven Imperial Court's destruction is just around the corner, because the purple cloud heavens is really too close to them. Moreover, in the recent 1,000,000 years, the extraterrestrial demons have been recuperating, so their numbers have naturally increased. Their original places of residence can no longer accommodate so many new people. The demon empress sighed heavily. The extraterrestrial demons are really the common mortal enemy of all the races in the Heaven Imperial Court. But this time, Elder Sister suddenly announced that the heavenly demons had infiltrated and caused mischief. She put on a battle-ready stance. The beautiful woman in white was clearly still somewhat puzzled. In the end, it's still because of what Shuo Leihan said earlier. The Demon Empress said, "Chu Yang, there's someone behind him." Obviously, this person is a super existence that even the saint has to look up to. With such a strong person holding the fort, why should we be afraid of the extraterrestrial demons? And it just so happens that Chu Yang also wants to develop his strength in preparation to slaughter the extraterrestrial demons in the future. So, we have to take advantage of the situation. Whatever Chu Yang wants, I'll give it to him. As long as we can eliminate the extraterrestrial demons, what's the point of paying a small price? Even if we use all the strength of the demon race, we'll do it without hesitation. The Demon Empress's phoenix eyes flashed with extreme viciousness. She said, but doing this is still not enough. So, the next step is to organize a team of our extraterrestrial demons to kill and plunder wantonly in various worlds to create the illusion of the extraterrestrial demons and create the broadest and greatest influence in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. The beautiful woman in white was shocked. How can this work? In this way, if the matter is exposed, the one who will suffer in the end will still be you, Elder Sister. The Demon Empress was indifferent. She said coldly, "Those who ignore the extraterrestrial demons and are greedy for pleasure don't deserve to live in this world in the first place. What's the pity of killing them? As for me, if I can awaken everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court to stand up and fight against the extraterrestrial demons, what's the point of my reputation?" Chapter 2241. The beautiful woman in white sighed silently. The Demon Empress did this for the Heaven Imperial Court. There was no doubt about that. However, doing so would definitely create boundless sin. In the end, if it was exposed, no matter what the original intention was, the endless hatred would eventually fall on the Demon Empress alone. Paper could not wrap the fire, especially between people like DE and Empress. Perhaps at the beginning, they would still use this information to deal with the extraterrestrial demons. However, once the demons were eliminated, this information would be exposed again. How could they let go of a chance to get rid of an expert of the same level as them? The beautiful woman in white was sure of this without a doubt. If it really came to that, facing the condemnation of the entire Heaven Imperial Court with the Demon Empress temperament, how could she bear it? The beautiful woman in white was worried. The Demon Empress said tiredly, "Once it really comes to that, the demons will be eliminated. At that time, I can also use this opportunity to pass on Yao Ning. The beautiful woman in white suddenly felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. The Demon Empress might have left something unsaid. Pass on to Yao Ning. But what about herself? When all the sins in the world were attributed to one person, her original intention should be to leave her name in history. However, the result was that she would be infamous for 10,000 years. Was there any meaning in leaving her name in the history books? With the demons as the cause, borrow Chu Yang's hand to detonate the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Break the idle time now. For a period of chaos, we might be able to avoid eternal darkness in the future. The Demon Empress said softly, "As long as the general situation is established, we can start a war of annihilation against the extraterrestrial demons. However, before the war, the various armies of the Heaven Imperial Courts have to be nervous. With the current situation, their combat power will be greatly reduced. They might not dare to say that victory is in their hands. Since no one is going to be the evil person, then let me be." The Demon Empress expression was stern. This process will take a few years to completely stimulate the anger. During this time, let Ning and Chu Yang grow. The beautiful woman in white looked sad. She wanted to say something, but stopped. "You don't have to worry about me. Whether I am right or wrong is in my heart. There is no need for future generations to judge me. How many years has it been? How many times 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 has it been? Sigh. The white-clothed beauty let out a long sigh. Even though she approved of the Demon Empress' actions, she was still worried. Everything is still in the beginning. Now, it's up to Luo Hua City's follow-up reaction and actions. The Demon Empress said, I hope these little guys won't disappoint me. After traveling day and night, Yao Ningning and the others finally arrived at Luo Hua City. As soon as he entered Luo Hua City, he was caught by Chu Yang. What should we do? What should he do now? Tell me, what should I do? What the hell are you thinking? How did you make such a big commotion? Are you trying to tire all of us to death? Chu Yang choked Yao Ningning's neck forcefully. You idiot! How can you be so stupid? Ugh, 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 ugh. Yao Ningning stuck out her tongue and swayed left and right. Boss, it really has nothing to do with me. It was all my mother's doing. Damn you! Tan Tan flew over and kicked him. It's all because of you and your mother. Whoosh! With an even louder plop sound, the Grand Elder flew across the sky and landed firmly on the ground. He screamed at the top of his lungs, Big brother, spare my life. The Imperial guards at the city gate looked at each other and didn't know how to react. There was actually someone in the world who dared to treat the Grand Elder like this, but the one who did it was his big brother? Then, should we rush up and risk our lives? Or should we not rush up? This was a problem. It took a lot of thinking. While he was still deliberating and hesitating, he watched Chu Yang and Tan Tan fly up and grab Yao Ningning, punching and kicking him. In an instant, the originally handsome and confident Grand Elder had turned into a pig's head. Then he was dragged in by the two, while groaning. Elder Hu and Elder Ma stopped the others and smiled bitterly. Those two are not outsiders. They are the Grand Elders, sworn brothers. We have to get used to this kind of thing in the future. Everyone was stunned. What? The Grand Elders, sworn brothers? More importantly, they had to get used to this kind of thing in the future? In other words, this kind of thing might still happen in the future. It might even happen more frequently. Oh my God! While they were stunned, they saw Meng Wuya, Duan Sankong, and the others coming out to welcome the demons into the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. This time, the welcoming ceremony was much more formal. At the very least, everyone was well-mannered and courteous. They were definitely not like the two people just now, who were completely barbarians. She really didn't know where His Highness found such friends. They even had to be submissive and let others bully them. Bai Shixian skipped over and joined Tai Batian and the others. They giggled and made a mess. There wasn't the slightest trace of unfamiliarity. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were naturally more concerned about the matter between Bai Shixian and Yao Ningning. After all, Chu Yang's side was equivalent to Bai Shixian's maiden home. So, the topic of conversation between the two of them was naturally led in that direction. Bai Shixian couldn't hold on any longer. She turned around and fled into the Heavenly Armament Pavilion with a red face. Behind her, there was a burst of laughter. I brought 1,000 demons with me this time. Yao Ningning said, These demons will fully assist you in this matter. Mother said that I would be responsible. Actually, it's just in name. As a mother, she naturally knows what kind of character I have. I can't do these things at all. It's okay to just drink wine. Yao Ningning sat cross-legged and raised her head to speak in a righteous manner in front of the dozen or so saints, Elder Hu and Elder Ma, as well as Chu Yang and Tan Tan. Everyone and demons were a little dizzy. Although we know that you're not responsible, and that's the truth, you should at least do something, right? You've already reached a new level of being irresponsible, okay? How can you say it so blatantly? Can you be more self-deprecating? Energy would an energy. In other words, from now on, all of these demons are under your command. Yao Ningning said, as if it was a matter of course. Don't come to me if there's anything. Of course. Don't come to me if there's nothing. By the way, what is Tang Clan's third young master doing now? Did anything interesting happen while I was away? I've been so bored these past few days. Tai Butian said speechlessly he's too busy. What fun can he have? Third young master is now in the auction hall. Auction hall? I've been admiring your new auction hall for a long time. Yao Ningning's eyes shone like searchlights. Waha, I must go and have a look. I'm going to have fun now. Ha ha ha, auction hall, how is it a Jianghu? A place where people don't use knives and don't see blood. She couldn't wait to run out. Elder Hu and Elder Ma's faces were full of black lines. They shook their heads and hurriedly followed her. Chapter 2242. Fuck, Tan cursed. You want to be a hands-off shopkeeper? How can you do that? You'll come back easily. With a whoosh, he chased after Tan. Now, let's discuss how to proceed with this matter, how to develop it, and how to avoid problems. Chu Yang rubbed his eyebrows. Didn't that person just chase after Master? One of the demon saints grinned and said a little cautiously, the person in front of him was not an ordinary person. He was a master who dared to kill Mayun Tiantai on the spot. It was not an exaggeration to say that Chu Yang was the #1 troublemaker in the Heaven Imperial Court. Moreover, he was not at the level of one of. It's better to be careful when talking to such a person. What if he gets angry and kills me? Judging from Grand Master's attitude towards him, Grand Master might not be angry and avenge me. Instead, Grand Master might jump up and down and applaud me for doing a good job. If that happens, I'll be wronged. Zhang Lixing thought. Sigh. Don't wait for them. Chu Yang's face was sad. Do you really think that he went to chase after your master? He's just using this reason to run away. Let's be hands-off, shopkeepers together. These two bastards. Let dumbass accompany dumbass to go crazy. Without them, we won't have to come up with any bad ideas. Maybe we can save more money. All the demons fell into a moment of silence. Then they burst into laughter. Sure enough, Tan didn't return even when night fell. Chu Yang and the other humans and demons had arranged everything properly. However, Tan still hadn't returned. Everyone was full of admiration for Chu Yang's foresight in understanding people's minds. After the discussion, Chu Yang returned to his residence. His forehead was full of black lines, and he kept cursing. I have never seen such a stingy person. Chu Yang complained to Tai Butian. Yao Ningning's mother is the master of a heaven. This Yao Xen is too stingy. She only sent out a few demons, and she didn't even give a little money or resources. She's really stingy. The rules of the event are all set by me, and the prizes are all provided by me. The accommodation of the people is all arranged by me, and the order of the event is completely maintained by me. Is she ordering people around? From the beginning to the end, only the Grand Highness who doesn't care about anything is eating, drinking, and playing here. There are also 1,000 demons for us to order around. However, we are also responsible for their food and accommodation. We eat and drink for free and do a little work. Chu Yang said angrily, even if this demon empress doesn't treat me like a fool, she treats me like a worker. I'm really unhappy. Tai Butian and Wu Qian immediately burst into laughter. I say, don't act like you're the victim of a bargain. Isn't the demon empress good enough for you? Her series of actions is equivalent to giving you a green light in the entire demon emperor's heaven, allowing you to develop your forces as you wish in her territory. In this entire matter, you are the only one who benefited from it. Yet, you are still spouting nonsense here. I have never seen such a toothless person like you. Chu Yang said with melancholy, but how can I have so many people? Where can I get so much money? Are you saying that I'm being unreasonable? Isn't this what you need to develop? Tai Butian snorted and said, actually, I'm thinking that this might be a test from the demon empress for you. If you can't even do something like this well, how are you going to accomplish great things in the future? Wu Qianqian said with confidence and full of trust, Chu Yang, you can do it. Don't let me down. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and sighed. Once these words came out, it simply forced me into a desperate situation. How can a man say that he can't do it? Especially in front of the women he loves. Not to mention in front of the women he loves. Needless to say, after Chu Yang finished complaining, he began to work at full speed. King of Sabers? In addition to the ordinary reward, there should be an additional saber. This saber can't be an ordinary one. King of Swords is roughly the same, right? The other kings also need to be equipped with supporting facilities, right? There should be a rule in this place, right? Draw it out. King of Assassins. How can this thing be manifested? This needs to be discussed, right? This Luohua city has been an old city for millions of years. How can it be destroyed so casually? People in Jianghu are generally difficult to control. Conflicts are probably inevitable. This needs to be mediated, right? There are not so many places to eat in the whole Luohua city. This problem also needs to be solved, right? To deal with so many things at the same time, all of them need purple cloud coins, right? Even if you have all the money, some things can't be bought with money because the volume of Luohua city is limited. Chu Yang felt a headache coming on due to all of the above reasons. He had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. The Tang family's third young master's auction house was like a big sale. He had sold a lot of good things and collected a lot of money. Then, Chu Yang continued to work on other things. Fortunately, there were enough helpers and demons. Moreover, Tai Butian, Wu Qianqian, Zi Sheqing, and the other women were used to seeing big and fierce characters. They were not flustered at all. Although everyone was unusually busy, they tried to do it in an orderly and clear manner. There was also Huyan Aobua, Xia Dan Feng, Madame Mei, and the other women's army gave full assistance. Meng Wu was a great general. Chu Yang, the absolute key person, was in charge of the arrangements. Finally, the urgent situation was solved. At least, there weren't any big mistakes so far. It's just that Chu Yang was really so busy that he didn't have any idle people under him. Moreover, everyone was so busy that they were having a lot of fun. The arenas were also set up one after another outside the city. There were hundreds of them. Someone was responsible for recording in each arena. At first glance, it looked like a large-scale sports event in the whole heavenly imperial court. It really looked like, finally, after many twists and turns, on the 8th day, all kinds of rules of the competition were fully formulated. In these 8 days, the huge amount of purple cloud coins that Chu Yang had earned before really flowed out like water. No, it should be like the high tide of the sea, or a river bursting the dike. This shocking speed of spending money made those saints who thought they were knowledgeable all stare with their mouths agape and cold sweat dripping down their backs. It seemed that they had never seen such a spending spree in their lives. Using the most conservative rough calculation, the amount of purple cloud coins that Chu Yang had spent in these 8 days was at least 70 million. If it was converted to purple cloud coins, cough cough, 80 billion on average, it was almost 100 billion per day. I've lived for so many years, and I feel that my experience is not shallow. But this is the first time I've seen so much money, and it's spent in such a short period of time. If it were someone else, or even a bigger clan, even if they could spend as much as they wanted, how could they spend so much money in a few generations? I think it's impossible to spend it. A saint of the demon race stroked his beard and was very emotional. Yes, if I had so much money. Sigh, I'm afraid I might not be able to cultivate to this level. There's a big chance that I would have died long ago. What does it mean to squander money like dirt? I've finally seen it today. It's like squandering crystals like dirt. A very lecherous expert was drooling. TSK. Everyone looked at this good-for-nothing with disdain, although the phrase squandering crystals like dirt was a bit more appropriate. Outside the city, every few hundred feet, there was a large martial arts arena rising from the ground. These arenas were completely bare. There was nothing to climb on. There was a relatively wide platform on top. If one wanted to go up, they would have to jump up. There were also clear rules. One was not allowed to borrow strength on the way up. Anyone who needed to borrow strength on the way up would be disqualified. In addition, all the light spirit jades on people or demons who participated in the competition would be confiscated. In this way, the participants would have their own gravity increased by at least 30 times. Furthermore, to be able to jump up a few hundred feet, one's cultivation level would have to be at least saint level or above. In front of each arena, there was a black mass of heads. They were discussing something in full swing. Looking out from a high vantage point, one could only see a black mass of people stretching out. It was boundless. One could not see the end of it with a glance. If someone at the edge of the crowd looked even further, they would only see an endless stream of people coming from afar like a tide on the morning of the same day. The rules of the competition were finally released and posted. Furthermore, 10,000 copies were posted at once. No one was allowed to tear them down and take them away. But even so, there was still a shortage of demand. First, according to each region, for example, the experts of each city and each region, they will form a small group. The person with the highest cultivation level will be selected to advance and participate in the competition. Once the winner of the competition, they can form a small group of their own. Anyone in this region can form a large group. They will be divided into ranks and trained diligently in preparation for the day when they can slay demons. This was only the first rule. But when the first rule was announced, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Lone Bamboo City, over here. Someone shouted at the top of his lungs. Heavenly Sun City, over here. Chrysanthemum City, gather over here. Steamed Bun City, gather here, gather here. Blackback Region, gather here. Wild Wolf Region, over here. Tail Region, Spectre Region. For a moment, almost everyone was in a mess. However, under these specific rules, they quickly formed their own groups. Then, they basically formed groups of several thousand people and began to discuss martial arts rankings. Chapter 2243. There were even some areas where the more experts there were, the more they refused to submit to each other. In order to seize the position of leader, they started to fight on the spot. They didn't give in on the spot and didn't show any mercy. Although blood hadn't been spilled yet, it wouldn't be rare to see blood. I recommend chopsticks. Chopsticks are awesome. Chopsticks are nothing. How can they be compared to Haikong? Haikong is nothing. If you have the ability, come out and fight. If you don't dare to come out, then why are you shouting? Most of the people who came here were Jianghu people, and they were all lawless big demons. When they quarreled, all the creatures in the whole Luohua city felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Chu Yang's new rule came out at the right time. If they couldn't form their own team within 2 days, the whole area would be disqualified, effective immediately. Hurry up, hurry up. You haven't eaten yet. Look at your lazy look. Hurry up and change your team. Don't waste everyone's time. Suddenly, it became a series of urging voices, one after another, and the waves were turbulent and endless. Chu Yang's ears were full of noisy noises, and he felt a big headache. Finally, 2 days later, under the various emotions of dissatisfaction, joy, indignation, and anger, the various brigades of the various regions miraculously formed into an army. This morning, they actually started to line up neatly one by one, although there were still some loose and crooked lines, but compared to the previous time, it was definitely a huge improvement. When Chu Yang and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but stare at it with their eyes wide open. Such a strict military formation. Am I dreaming? This progress seems to be too big, too incredible, isn't it? Although this lineup was still far from the military order of a regular army, but to be able to achieve this in just 1 or 2 days was already very, very difficult. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and began to speak. Everyone, you've really surprised me today. Huh, I can see that all of you are good people. My name is Chu Yang, and I'm in charge of the overall planning of this event. Furthermore, once we form an army to fight against the extraterrestrial demons in the future, I'll basically be the one in command, and, for example, the nightmare region here is very good. The order is quite good. From here, you can see the ability of the organizers over there. It is really extraordinary. And the chrysanthemum region's performance is also very good. The arrangement is very good. It seems that the leader is also a person that everyone has high hopes for, a great talent. Asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk. As for the others, they are slightly inferior. Asterisk N. The event will officially start tomorrow. This time, the discussion was transmitted far away by the sages with the help of the wind. Everyone in the Luohua city could hear it clearly. Naturally, the people of the few regions who were praised were all overjoyed. We have high standards. We must continue to work hard and keep it up. As for those who weren't praised, they were naturally unwilling. They couldn't help but muster up their energy. This is related to our future. Damn it, you must work harder in the future. Don't lose face for us. Of course, the people of Jianghu were also discussing Chu Yang's voice in private. Isn't this Chu Yang the one who killed Yuan Tianjia? Ah, that's him. Who else could it be? I didn't expect that this time when I joined the army to kill the extraterrestrial demons. It was actually under the leadership of such a legendary person. It's worth it. That's true. But I have to say that this Chu Yang's voice is really a bit coquettish. It's not as powerful and imposing as I thought. This sentence is too correct. Not only is he coquettish, but he also seems to be a little submissive. That's right, that's right. I feel the same way. I don't know if you noticed, but when he laughed, it was basically a bit lewd. What kind of ears do you have? What do you mean by basically? That's completely lewd, okay? It's not clear. A certain love-struck woman. What a nice voice. It's too magnetic. If I can make this Chu Yang sleep with me for a night, it'll be worth it, even if I die. I heard that he's also very handsome. Go to hell. Why don't you take a piss and look at your big flat face? You actually want to sleep with Chu Yang. Other than the old meat and vegetables who don't mind and don't despise you, the others will also lose their desire to sleep with you. Bastard. You dare to call me a big flat face? Don't even think about getting on my bed in the future. Bang, bang, bang. On this day, which was also the 17th day after the Demon Empress' shocking declaration, the event officially kicked off. Relatively speaking, the martial artists from the surrounding areas of Demon Emperor Heaven had basically all arrived. Those who hadn't arrived yet were basically the most remote areas, or those who didn't want to come at all. Because of this, Chu Yang set aside a spot for the Peripheral Brigade, which could be considered to be the end of this matter. Immediately, Chu Yang's current team of Heavenly Armament Pavilion members were collectively sent out to act as referees for the various arenas. The various saints were all head referees, quelling those controversial matches. The various competitions officially started. For everyone to be able to come here, it proves that you all have a benevolent heart to protect your country. In the future, everyone will have a high chance of being comrades in the same trench. The ultimate goal this time is to go to war. The selection will be held in the sky. Therefore, it will be decided in one round. Victory and defeat are enough. You must not kill anyone. Those who intentionally kill their comrades will be sentenced to death. Clan extermination. This was Chu Yang's first order, and also the most severe one so far. But once this order was out, it was exactly to the liking of these martial artists. What was the reason for millions of people to gather here? It was nothing more than to exterminate the heavenly demons. Since everyone was on the same side and had a common enemy, why was there a need to kill each other and break their own wings? Saber experts, it's rare for us to gather here today. I'm Chrysanthemum Saber King Li Guanyu, from Chrysanthemum City's Chrysanthemum Pass. I'm throwing a brick to attract jade, and I wish to take up the position of Saber King. Of course, we have some self-awareness, but we are not willing to belittle ourselves. Everyone who is interested can come up and give us some pointers." After the initial silence, someone finally took the lead to break this silence. A man in a green robe floated up like a green cloud without the slightest pause. He floated up like an immortal. And just like that, he floated up a 1,000-feet high platform. Just this move alone was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. This person's face was thin, and he was extremely handsome. His figure was tall, and he looked very scholarly and refined. He did not look like someone who was going up to spar with the saber. Instead, he looked like a scholar holding a book of poetry and going up to spar. Chrysanthemum Saber King Li Guanyu. This person's saber cultivation is not small. I'm afraid his cultivation has already reached the level of a saint. If he wants the position of Saber King, I'm afraid that other than the few people in our heavenly armament pavilion, no one else can compete with him. On one side, there were people who specifically explained the origin and story of this Chrysanthemum Saber King to Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang could roughly judge the strength of the target, he was still not a native of Demon Emperor Heaven. Although he did not know anything about the identity and specialties of the experts of Demon Emperor Heaven, he knew very little. Yes, the days of Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Lightning Snake and the others are still too short. Their cultivation is unavoidably unstable. I'm afraid they are still not a match for this Chrysanthemum Saber King. Chu Yang nodded deeply. Indeed, Li Guanyu grew up in Chrysanthemum City since he was young. Later on, his cultivation was great, and he occupied the entire Chrysanthemum Pass by himself. This person was originally a scholar, but for some reason, he gave up on martial cultivation and actually became a Saber King. Just based on his saber cultivation, there are few people who can match him. There are also rumors that this person loves chrysanthemums. He often says, 100 flowers love the chrysanthemum. After the chrysanthemum blooms, there are no more flowers. The chrysanthemum taste is even more beautiful. After the chrysanthemum is fried, it makes good tea. This Chrysanthemum Saber King loves chrysanthemums to the point of infatuation. He strolls around the chrysanthemum all year round, enjoying himself so much that he forgets to leave. In addition, he immersed himself in the chrysanthemum for many years. But because of the chrysanthemum, he unexpectedly comprehended a peerless saber technique. It is the chrysanthemum saber that made him famous. Under the hands of this Chrysanthemum Saber King, who knows how many billions of chrysanthemums have withered, people call him the Chrysanthemum Saber King or the Chrysanthemum Hero. Moreover, every move of Li Guanyu's saber technique has the word chrysanthemum in it. The most powerful technique is called the Chrysanthemum Saber King. 10,000 chrysanthemums explode together. One saber is like 10,000 chrysanthemums exploding at the same time. Its power is truly unparalleled. He is indeed a character. After listening to this introduction, Chu Yang nodded and said, "Looks like this Chrysanthemum Saber King is indeed something. Li Guanyu, this name is also very good. There is a bit of artistic conception." Meng Wuya nodded and praised. At this time, while the demon expert was introducing the Chrysanthemum Saber King to Chu Yang, there were already people who did not want to be outdone and rushed up to fight with the Chrysanthemum Saber King. There is a saying that people despise each other and martial artists fear each other. Although the Chrysanthemum Saber King was famous for his fighting prowess, it was not to the extent that no one dared to test his edge. There was already a saber cultivator great demon who went up the stage to challenge him. The two stood together, and the battle was exceptionally brilliant. It is said that this Chrysanthemum Saber King loves beauties very much. His wives and concubines are as numerous as the clouds. As the saying goes, the Chrysanthemum Saber King is not depressed. At the side, the commentator completely ignored the battle above and only introduced the story of this Chrysanthemum Saber King to Chu Yang in detail. Yes, this Chrysanthemum Saber King seems to be quite knowledgeable. If he can stand out, he should have the ability to hold his own. Chu Yang seemed to be listening, but in fact he turned a deaf ear. His divine sense had already locked onto the battle, paying attention to the battle above. This chrysanthemum saber king was indeed worthy of his reputation. His saber skills were outstanding. Although he had not used his killing move, he had already made the great demon opposite him sweat profusely. He could only parry and did not have the strength to fight back. It looked like he was about to lose. 3 things. First, fever, slightly dizzy, not very serious. Second, prestige event is ongoing. Brothers and sisters who have not added my public prestige can add me. Search for Wind Rides the World on the public prestige platform and you will find me. We are preparing to conduct a second lottery in a short period of time. Everyone will have a chance. Chapter 2244. This Li Guanyu is indeed a saint-level expert. So far, he hasn't used his real skills. Moreover, the person who just went up obviously has the cultivation of a heavenly being. But Li Guanyu didn't even use 10% or 20% of his cultivation. If they really fought, the winner would be clear within 3 moves. If it was a life and death battle, I'm afraid that the opponent would be dead in an instant. Chu Yang sighed. In the vast Jianghu, there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There's always someone better. I just don't know if the rumored infinite invincible saber, Lu Yongxiang, will come to participate. The infinite invincible saber is from the Eastern Royal Heaven. I'm afraid he won't come. Someone beside him answered. Chu Yang said with some regret, yes. The other thousands of arenas also started to fight at about the same time. Every battle was brilliant and varied, each with its own style. Everyone below the arenas locked their divine senses on the arenas and watched nervously. Those who were fighting in the arenas were almost all the leading figures of their respective regions. Their final results would directly affect the future glory of the martial artists in their respective regions. Who didn't want their own martial artists to win? Even though they knew that the cultivators on their side were no match for the cultivators on the other side, and the situation was already clear, they still cheered loudly, hoping for a miracle to happen. Their voices of encouragement almost broke through the sky. Chu Yang quietly let out a sigh of relief. The difficulty of this event was in the beginning, but as long as it started well, then there was basically no need to worry about it. They would naturally continue to fight like this. This continued until the final expert was decided. Everything would proceed step by step. Moreover, with Tai Butian hosting, Wu Qianshan planning, Zi Xieching supervising, Meng Wuya as the chief referee, and the divine spirit of calamity hiding in the dark to observe the entire venue, such a combination was almost like a super dream combination. It was foolproof, and even if there were any accidents, it would be very difficult. At this point, Chu Yang, who didn't dare to relax at all these days, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But as the battles continued, deaths could be avoided, but injuries were unavoidable. And after this battle, these people would all be his subordinates. The medical expenses would undoubtedly be a huge figure. Thinking of this, Chu Yang had another headache. The future was not very optimistic. He truly understood that no matter how rich an individual was, compared to an organization, a power, or even a country, the difference was still too great. Or was this also a sign of the lack of manpower? Around Luohua City, saber light flashed, and sword chi soared to the sky. Hundreds of saber lights flashed. After Chu Yang provided the Tang clan's third young master with a batch of auction treasures, he ordered someone to bring the information of the nominees into a tent. Chu Yang sat quietly for a while. He felt that his heart had once again regained its usual ice-cold calmness. Only then did he open his eyes. He picked up the topmost document and carefully read it. A mole. Chu Yang absolutely didn't believe that there were no spies buried by the heavenly demons in the various heavens and earths of the heavenly imperial court. This required his meticulous reasoning ability. It was just like how he found the mole in Butian Pavilion in the past. He needed to find the mole. However, Today's work was much more difficult than that of the past. It was also much more complicated. At that time, there was a lot of detailed information to rely on, and there were clues to be found. The scope was not small, but it was not big either. As long as he worked hard enough, all the difficulties would naturally be solved. However, the targets of the mole in front of him this time were not ordinary people. Any one of them might have been hiding for countless years. But for those who came to be a mole, which one of them would be willing to reveal their true information? Therefore, Chu Yang's investigation work this time was heavy and long. It was definitely a very difficult task. According to Chu Yang's own estimation, it would be very good if he could investigate everyone before going to war with the heavenly demons. At present, Chu Yang was only targeting a few leading figures. Although it was a few, the real number was definitely not small. There were a total of 7,000 to 8,000 people. If only Mo Tianji was here. He is the expert in this area. Chu Yang couldn't help but think of Mo Tianji, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Speaking of this matter, Mo Tianji is the most suitable person for it. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Chu Yang sighed and entered the screening area. The battle outside was still going on like a raging wildfire. While Chu Yang's side was in full swing, Xie Danqiong on Mo Yuntian's side was also developing crazily. Mo Tianji's information business was also gradually expanding. Whether it was the scale or the momentum, it was getting bigger and bigger. It seemed like it would gradually engulf the entire Heavenly Imperial Court. Ao Xiayan's Heavenly Armament Pavilion was also wantonly recruiting at a crazy speed. GMO and Luo Ku, D's bandit group, was also developing rapidly. Dong Wushang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion and Mo Lei, Er's assassin group, were quietly growing. Rue Butong was also tirelessly expanding. Although the group of brothers weren't in the same place and didn't know about each other's news, they were all working together to develop their own strength. Everyone knew that none of their brothers were to be trifled with, but if they slacked off a little, they would be thrown far, far away by them. Therefore, everyone worked with all their might. It wasn't just the group of brothers who had huge improvements. It should also include those little kids that Chu Yang had sent to various places. Although the news in the Heavenly Imperial Court was relatively isolated, it wasn't a problem for the various super sections. Those kids were all thinking about the matter of Chu Yang being hunted down. They were all eagerly waiting for the arrival of new news every day. This gave the various super sects a headache. They had no choice but to collect some news every day to satisfy the worries of these little ancestors. Sometimes, when there was really no new news, they could only fabricate a part, saying that Chu Yang was still fighting, and so on. No matter which world, what sect, no matter where the little fellows were, their reactions were surprisingly similar. First, they let out a sigh of relief, then cursed Yuan Tianjie and Mo Yuntian in unison. Then, one by one, they went to practice martial arts as if their lives depended on it, improving their own cultivation. Each and every one of these little fellows had improved by leaps and bounds. This made the various super sects overjoyed. Only Gu Duxing, who had abandoned his foundation and wandered the martial world alone, unexpectedly encountered the biggest crisis of his life at this time. Ever since that day when he saved the people in trouble out of kindness, he had very coincidentally obtained the celestial sword technique. Gu Duxing had always been studying this sword technique. Finally, one day, suddenly without any warning, he completely unleashed the tyrannical power of the celestial sword technique. The whole process was almost a subtle feeling of advancing in a daze, and finally, success came naturally. Everything went step by step, and in the end, it was completely natural. However, at the moment when the celestial sword technique was mastered, Gu Duxing's own cultivation rose rapidly as if he had become a Buddha on the spot. He actually broke through 3 big barriers in a very short time after the sword technique was mastered, and became a saint expert. This couldn't be said to be a step to heaven. It was simply surpassing mortals and entering saints directly. At the moment of breakthrough, a surge of abundant and continuous celestial sword chi immediately appeared and went straight to the sky. It also caused another shocking surge of sword chi to appear in the world. It was also a peerless sword technique, absolute heaven sword. But not to mention that Gu Duxing didn't know what absolute heaven sword was at this time. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. Because first, he had to face the impending heaven's punishment. The heavenly punishment, which was powerful enough to make even saint-level experts fear it, didn't have much meaning to Gu Duxing. In this life of his, other than his brother's, there was only his sword. So what if it was the heavenly punishment? 1 sword, 10 swords, 100 swords, 1,000 swords, 10,000 swords, a divine sword to break heaven's punishment. It was just that after going through his own saint's punishment, Gu Duxing realized that heaven's punishment really wasn't a big problem, because the biggest problem he had to face was really starting now. That vast and boundless cloudy heaven sword chi had attracted almost all the experts of the great overarching heaven in this region to come over. What was even more troublesome was that the experts of the great overarching heaven were included. First, there were people who came forward to recruit him. But how could Gu Duxing, who only had brothers and sword in his heart, accept others' recruitment? Since he didn't accept the recruitment, he could only face the sudden series of battles. Although Gu Duxing had improved and his strength had greatly increased. Although the celestial sword was a peerless divine sword that was almost invincible among those of the same level, and Gu Duxing himself cultivated the sword of oblivion and the sword of solitude, he basically already had the tyrannical ability to kill people above his level. But sometimes a person's strength was limited. Facing so many experts at the same time, Gu Duxing absolutely couldn't win. Even breaking out of the heavy encirclement was so difficult. After luckily breaking out of the heavy encirclement, Gu Duxing used all his skills to escape, but his position was always locked on by the enemy. He fought and fled all the way. Gu Duxing's journey could be said to be extremely miserable, and he narrowly escaped death many times. To put it bluntly, the level of danger that Gu Duxing encountered this time was only above that of Chu Yang and the others. It was absolutely not inferior in the slightest. Chu Yang's side was just following orders because of the enmity between them. But Gu Duxing's side was for his own personal desire. As long as Gu Duxing was killed, he could obtain the legendary Celestial Sword Chi and cultivate the Celestial Sword Chi. Chapter 2245. Who didn't want to ascend to the heavens in a single step? Who didn't want to transcend mortality and attain sainthood? Who didn't want to obtain such an opportunity? A rare opportunity? Now, they only needed to kill one person to achieve it. What was there to hesitate about? In an extremely short period of time, this news spread wider and wider. The entire Deluo heaven was in an uproar. Countless experts swarmed out, chasing and intercepting Gu Duxing, using all means possible to target him. And in this process, Gu Duxing's identity was exposed bit by bit like the wind. Gu Duxing, male, 20 years old, weapon of expertise, sword. Master of the Deluo Heaven Weapon Pavilion, currently traveling the world. When he obtained the celestial sword technique, unknown. However, he was still in the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion 2 months ago. During this period, he didn't show any connection with the celestial sword technique. It was only after this trip that this opportunity suddenly erupted. Therefore, it could be concluded that he obtained the celestial sword technique by chance within these 2 months. 2 months ago, his cultivation was only at the level of a saint. Obviously, it was because he cultivated the celestial sword technique. The great effect of the celestial sword technique was imaginable. Gu Duxing, escaping from the Hengduan Mountains yesterday, fighting with so-and-so and fleeing in defeat. Possible destinations: 1. So-and-so mountain. 2. So-and-so gorge. Gu Duxing, personality: straight as a sword, would rather break than bend. Cold face, often dressed in black. Gu Duxing, height, weight, working methods. All the information related to Gu Duxing spread throughout the entire Deluocean within a day or two, as though flowers had blossomed on the ground. So it's just a little guy who just advanced, but got lucky and reached the heavens in a single step. Such a heaven-sent opportunity. It's said that the celestial sword has the inheritance of a saint. For Gu Duxing to be able to transcend mortality and attain sainthood in such a short period of time, it's clear that the rumors are true. The conclusion is, we must not let him go. Everyone in the Daluo heaven had the same thought. When Mo Tianji's intelligence reached deep into the Daluo heaven, it was when the Daluo heaven's encirclement of Gu Duxing was in full swing. When the person in charge saw that such a lively thing was happening here, wasn't this the best opportunity for his Tianji intelligence department to be established and show off his skills? Therefore, he immediately put up the name Tianji and began to attract customers. Then he began to analyze Gu Duxing in depth. And this guy's private organization coincidentally has the same name as our Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Every piece of information that Mo Tianji's Heavenly Armament Pavilion sold had been thoroughly tested and verified. So, there was no mistake about it. In fact, it was impeccable in all aspects. As a result, the buyers gave good reviews one after another. Thus, for a time, Tianji became famous. It quickly gained a firm foothold and began to radiate outwards. Gu Duxing would never have dreamed that he had nowhere to hide during this period of time. Almost every moment, someone would accurately find him. He simply didn't have any time to rest or breathe. And the mastermind behind all this was the Heavenly Armament Pavilion commanded by Mo Tianji. Wasn't this the so-called flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple? If Gu Duxing knew the truth, he would probably go crazy from anger. So, it wasn't impossible for him to grab Mo Tianji and swallow him alive. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the only thing he could do now was to escape. He would use all of his abilities and all of his wisdom to find the slightest chance of survival. But the Heavenly Armament Pavilion immediately launched a very specific service. According to Gu Duxing's personality, way of doing things, and temperament, recommended Gu Duxing will undergo a series of changes. 1. Here, all the possible changes that Gu Duxing might make were analyzed in great detail before the final decision was made. At the end of the information, there was another paragraph. The accuracy of this information is based on Gu Duxing's possible changes up until now. But if we continue to pursue him, as long as Gu Duxing doesn't die, there will definitely be further changes. So, at that time, there will also be Gu Duxing's possible changes too. Once this analysis was sold, the response was like a tidal wave. It's really too sharp. It's simply hitting the nail on the head. Although we didn't succeed in pursuing Gu Duxing, his behavior is indeed the same as what it said. This is too accurate. I guess Gu Duxing himself might not be able to summarize it so thoroughly. This information is too valuable. Under such a wave of praise, all kinds of information from the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's intelligence department were sold like water. And the money from the sales was used to continue to build branches in various places. Every city and district was gradually expanded. Gu Duxing was miserable. He just couldn't figure out how his actions were so accurately guessed by others. He had just come to the Heaven Imperial Court for a few days. Even if someone in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion betrayed him, it was impossible for them to understand him so thoroughly. This was too mystical and too bizarre. It had been a full 10 days. He didn't have a moment of rest. Although the previous pursuit was a little tiring, it wasn't so intensive. What was going on? He was constantly struggling in a hopeless situation, and he had to be on guard against any possible danger that might appear at any time. Gu Duxing carried a stomach full of depression and confusion. He continued to fight desperately, continued to run for his life, circled between life and death. Sometimes he couldn't help but imagine that in his past experiences, even if he faced Chuyang, he wouldn't be so miserable. Unless he faced Mo Tianji, that damn pervert who calculated everything. Only then would he be in such a situation. Could it be that this time he was so unlucky to face someone who could compare to that pervert? Just like this, The Heavenly Armament Pavilion's intelligence department became expensive. It was like water flowing in. 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 Until 20 days later, Mo Tianji found out by chance that his intelligence department was actually doing a report on Gu Duxing. He was shocked and almost scared to death. However, what kind of person was Mo Tianji? He quickly adjusted his state of mind and adjusted his strategy. In a short time, he gathered all the information about Gu Duxing being hunted down and brought it back for a look. After looking at it, he immediately laughed. Second brother Gu is still living a very coquettish life. However, with pressure comes motivation. If this thing of crisis is used properly, thus he ordered, in the future, I will be in charge of analyzing this Gu Duxing's information and disseminating it to the public. As for the price of the information, increase it by 5 times from the original price. Below, the intelligence department immediately cheered. Since Big Brother had personally taken action, how could this Gu Duxing escape? He could only wait for death. Thus, they immediately sent out a message. The boss of this intelligence department will personally analyze Gu Duxing's information and give everyone more detailed information. The price was increased slightly from 100 purple cloud coins to 500 purple cloud coins. This message was definitely worth the money. If anyone was disappointed, they could refund it tenfold. Once this message came out, it immediately caused a strong reaction. Everyone felt that this information was really too black-hearted. This was called a slight adjustment. How much did you have to adjust if you wanted a major adjustment? However, as Mo Tianji analyzed Gu Duxing's every action without missing a single detail, including his facial expressions, what he saw, what he said, the moves he used, and so on, everything matched perfectly. Everyone immediately felt that this boss of the Tianji Intelligence Department was indeed too awesome. To be able to do this in intelligence, he had the qualifications to be a master of his generation. 5 times the price was indeed worth the money. 10 times the price for such detailed and accurate information was not unacceptable. It was too worth it. As a result, the intelligence of the Tianji Intelligence Department was once again out of stock. Second brother Gu, it's rare to get information about you. This really makes me excited. I can't believe that you've already reached the level of a saint by chance. You're really brave. You actually dared to surpass me without anyone noticing. How can I let you go so easily? Mo Tianji had a sinister smile on his face. If I don't give you a taste of my power, would you still know the immensity of heaven and earth? Reaching the heavens in a single step? Is it so easy to reach the heavens? Besides, this bunch of people are chasing after you like a swarm of bees. They always leave you some time to rest and breathe. How can this be? How can this force out all your potential? After such a long time, you haven't even been seriously injured once. You are really too weak. I will let you savor the wonderful taste of life and death. Are you looking forward to it? Mo Tianji was a little dissatisfied. Only I can fully unleash your potential. Second brother Gu, you better be careful. Don't worry. I will definitely not play you to death. I will definitely leave you with a small breath. But if you don't go all out, then it will be hard to say. I have high hopes for you. Wahaha. Mo Tianji's rare, carefree laughter made the people of Tianji Intelligence Department outside the secret room look at each other. What happened to their boss, who usually didn't show his emotions on his face today? And this laughter now, it seemed a little too lewd. It was the kind that didn't even bother to hide it. Therefore, one by one, orders, analyses, and intelligence regarding Gu Duxing flowed out of Mo Tianji's hands just like that. Every day, he had to analyze in detail. For example, how many injuries Gu Duxing had suffered, to what extent he was injured, how many battles he had fought, how much energy he had left, or how long it would take for him to recover. Mo Tianji even specially asked for a detailed map of the northwest region of Daluo Heaven. Every day, he would analyze it in detail and analyze Gu Duxing's possible escape routes. We must squeeze out all his potential and then continue to improve. There can't be any injuries or deaths. But the information can't be distorted. Mo Tianji stroked his chin and smiled sinisterly. I want to see if second brother Gu will want to kill me when he sees me, or will he want to thank me? Wahaha. Mo Tianji couldn't help but laugh like a night owl. Everyone, please pay attention to my public reputation. Search for Wind Rides the World, and you will find me. Tomorrow, the second lottery will be held. Chapter 2246. For some reason, Gu Duxing, who was thousands of miles away, shuddered. His powerful spiritual sense clearly sensed that he was being locked onto by someone. No matter what he did, this person could see it. Who exactly was this person? Gu Duxing broke out in cold sweat. He used all the methods he could and couldn't, and changed the methods he shouldn't have used. He just wanted to get rid of this feeling, but he couldn't get rid of it in the end. From beginning to end, as long as he moved a little, he would be hunted down by a strong enemy. In the end, Gu Duxing no longer used his own methods. He started to use Chu Yang's, Jimo's, Luo Kadi's, and Ao Xian's methods. In fact, he even tried all the methods that Mo Tianji had mentioned before. But Gu Duxing was soon disappointed. He almost lost all hope. No matter what method he used, it was useless. No matter what he did, the enemy could accurately predict what he would do next. In fact, he couldn't even escape from the enemy's calculations right from the start. This extremely terrible feeling made Gu Duxing feel like cursing. What the fuck are you? Are you a fucking roundworm in my stomach? Why is it that every time I change directions at the last minute, there's always someone waiting for me? How can I live through this day? For example, when I wholeheartedly go west and reach a fork in the road, I suddenly decide to go south. In the end, there's still someone waiting for me there. He even keeps on laughing. This information is really amazing. This guy actually went this way. Haha. Every time Gu Duxing heard this, he wanted to kill someone. What kind of a B** starred could come up with such information? This B** starred is even more perverted than Mo Tianji. When I find Mo Tianji, I'll definitely provoke him to spar with this B** starred and see who's more perverted. Obviously, Gu Duxing's understanding of Mo Tianji was still at the level of the heavenly imperial court for the time being. However, he neglected the fact that he himself was now a saint. How could Mo Tianji remain at the same level? Therefore, Mo Tianji, who was originally abnormal, naturally became even more abnormal now. Bang, bang, bang. A man in purple was kicked to the ground by Gu Duxing. Before he could even react, Gu Duxing, who was covered in wounds, had already pounced on him like a mountain. Gu Duxing immediately locked onto his divine sense, then controlled his body's mobility, sealed his dantian, and took control of his mind and spirit. Then a slap landed on his face. Gu Duxing asked fiercely, "Speak. Where did you get the news about me? Tell me." This person was quite strong-willed. His life was in someone else's hands, and his tone was quite aggressive. "Why should I tell you? Hee hee, kill me if you have the guts. I won't kill you if you tell me." Gu Duxing had no choice but to compromise first. The first few had all died in this way. They would rather die than say anything. This was a matter of the backbone and face of a high-level expert. The more you force him to say it, the more he won't say it. He would rather die than submit. Generally speaking, when one's cultivation reached such a level, how many of them were spineless? "If I tell you, you won't kill me." The man's eyes lit up and he asked, "Do you mean what you say?" Who would have thought that this killing god would actually be so easy to talk to? In the past, no one who had fallen into his hands had survived. A word spoken cannot be taken back. I will never go back on my words. Gu Duxing was furious. "You dare to not believe me?" "Yes, this way. We have an exchange of conditions. It's not that I'm being threatened by you, right? This person actually didn't give in at all. Yes, that's what I mean. All right then. Let me go first, then we'll talk. I won't run away. You have to keep your word. I'm not someone who goes back on my words. That's not a problem. After a round of exchange of conditions, Guduxing finally knew that his information had been obtained by a currently famous and huge intelligence organization. This intelligence organization seemed to have a huge intelligence network. They had collected all of his battle information, all of his personality, and all of his habits. Then they summarized and analyzed everything. After the analysis was done, they began to sell it wantonly. Currently, just by selling information related to him, they had earned at least several million purple cloud coins. And this number was just a few days ago. Just by selling information about Guduxing alone, this organization had already earned a lot of money. What kind of fucking intelligence organization is this? They actually use it to make money. Guduxing was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. They framed me while selling my information. While I was running away like a dog, they were counting the money loudly. There's actually such a thing in this world. What kind of weirdo could come up with such a wicked idea? They're really more perverted than Mo Tian. Guduxing finally couldn't take it anymore and cursed. Oh, right. What's the name of this organization? Before the man left, Guduxing finally asked this question. When he asked this question, the man had already turned around and walked a few 100 feet away. He stood at a corner. Guduxing stood there and asked, not chasing after him. The name of this organization is called Tianji Intelligence Department. The purple-clothed man took a deep breath. He turned around and looked at Guduxing. Thank you for not killing me this time. If you can escape from this disaster, I will go to your heavenly armament pavilion and create a great undertaking together with you. I've received your kindness and will withdraw from this pursuit. Take care. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left. Watching this saint-level expert leave, Guduxing fell into a daze. Tianji Intelligence Department? Tianji. Perhaps ordinary people might not have any reaction to these words. But as Brother Jia, how could Guduxing not have any reaction? Could it be that this intelligence organization was created by that bastard Mo Tianji? Is it possible? It's impossible, right? Why would he deal with me? Something's not right about this. Guduxing frowned. At first, he denied it, then he wasn't sure. Could it be that black-hearted and goddamn Mo Tianji's doing? Otherwise, who could be so familiar with my character and temper? Who could be so familiar with Brother Jia's methods, leaving me with no path to heaven and no door to hell? Although there are many capable people in this world, there are not many who can make me, Guduxing, so embarrassed. But if it's really Mo Tianji, then this guy is too inhumane. Is there a need to play me like this? He really wants to play me to death. Guduxing thought for less than a quarter of an hour before he once again embarked on the journey of escape. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue thinking, but because there were already many people surrounding him from all directions. The current Guduxing was like a super big meat pie. Everyone wanted to eat it, even though this meat pie was actually poisonous and could poison anyone to death. Waha, he's really still here. But why is this guy in a daze? Why did the intelligence say that he would definitely be in a daze? Is he deliberately cooperating with that intelligence? Many people cheered and laughed, flying over as if they had found a mountain of gold. To think that the Tianji Intelligence Department had even predicted this. Mo Tianji, you damned perverted bastard. Guduxing roared with grief and indignation. I'm going to fuck you #yen %yen%. As he cursed, he ran for his life. After that, he was surrounded 4 or 5 times in a row. Guduxing could finally confirm that the person who sold him the intelligence behind the scenes was definitely Mo Tianji himself. This point was already confirmed without a doubt, because at that time he had already fallen into a situation of certain death, with no possibility of turning the situation around. However, it was a rare mistake in the intelligence that misled all the pursuers, allowing him to break out of the encirclement from all directions. However, he met his opponents again in waves. If it wasn't for that error in the intelligence, he would definitely have been intercepted and killed there. There was absolutely no chance of any fluke. Although the intelligence was extremely accurate, no one could say that they didn't catch up with Guduxing, but there was almost no real danger of life and death. In fact, in order to find out if this intelligence department was Mo Tianji, Guduxing even purposely put himself in a desperate situation. As expected, that intelligence misled him again, leaving him with a chance of survival. Driven by such accurate intelligence, Guduxing actually felt more and more in his heart. Why is it as if these people were sent by Mo Tianji to practice his swordplay? However, even with such a realization, Guduxing still didn't dare to be the least bit careless. Mo Tianji might let him off, but these people chasing after him definitely wouldn't show him any mercy. His life would be in danger at every turn. Just the slightest bit of carelessness could cause him to lose his life here. This game is really not fun. Guduxing was running away. His heart was full of tears. Mo Tianji, you damned perverted bastard. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, I will really be played to death by you. Although he said that, Guduxing also knew that if he didn't make another breakthrough, this game would definitely not end, because Mo Tianji wouldn't allow it to end like this. The conclusion was that he could only continue to be hunted down according to the script written by Mo Tianji. If he wanted this game to end, there could only be two results. First, Mo Tianji would make a miscalculation and he would die under the siege. As for the second, that was if he finally succeeded in breaking through and stabilizing his realm. He would become so strong that no one would dare to chase after him. And to achieve such an effect, his cultivation would have to at least reach the peak of the saint level. And he was still a very, 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 very far away from that step. This meant that before he reached that goal, he was destined to be hunted down and unable to avoid it. He could only passively earn money for Mo Tianji and continue to earn money like this. This conclusion made Guduxing burst into tears. It was too much of a scam. Chapter 2247. Guduxing estimated that by the time he finally ended his escape, that goddamn perverted bastard Mo Tianji would at least be able to earn a few 100 million purple cloud coins while he was being chased. Or even more. That goddamn perverted bastard. This is too ruthless, isn't it? Guduxing cursed in his heart as he fled. I've never seen anything like this. You should at least leave me some time to relieve myself. Ever since I was noticed by you, I basically don't even have the time to relieve myself. Therefore, Mo Tianji gave out more and more information without anyone knowing about it. And the information became more and more concentrated. And the price of the information also rose accordingly. And it became more and more expensive. However, more and more people bought it. And there was an endless stream of them. As a result, the Fecta Intelligence Department became more and more powerful. Their reputation spread far and wide, and they became more and more reliable. I sold the information to you, right? My information was right, right? My analysis was right, right? Guduxing was indeed there, right? That's right, right? He did say those words and did those actions. That's all right, right? Since that's all right, then with so many advantages, if you still can't kill Guduxing, then that's a problem with your own strength. Does that have anything to do with my information? Of course, basically no one questioned Tianji Intelligence Department. Once they went and were questioned in return, other than showing their incompetence and that they were a super idiot. What else could it mean? With such accurate information, you can't even kill Guduxing. What can? Say. What do? Therefore, under the premise that the people of both heavens and earth were kept in the dark, no one knew that this pursuit had already changed from the route one day. This seemingly absurd, but actually very strange pursuit had already quietly turned into Gu Duxing's personal sword training journey on that day. Gu Duxing's road to improvement. The road to the peak. Of course, this business also created Mo Tianji's money-making journey. He could make as much money as he wanted from private banks. Of course, the Tianji Intelligence Department had also been expanding without a sound during this pursuit. In just a few short months, they bloomed all over the Daluo heaven. Moreover, there was still a large surplus of purple coins. Therefore, it was really hard to say whether it was Mo Tianji who had fulfilled Gu Duxing's wish, or Gu Duxing who had fulfilled Mo Tianji's wish. It was rather strange. In short, Gu Duxing realized that he didn't know when, but he had already become the target of Mo Tianji's manipulation. He had also become the mastermind and executor of the conspiracy. Furthermore, no matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of the fact that he was collecting money for Mo Tianji and becoming Mo Tianji's accomplice. Even if he agreed, no one else would. Who wouldn't want the cloudy heaven sword art? Furthermore, the most ridiculous thing was, Old Man is obviously a victim. Gu Duxing looked up to the sky and sighed. His heart was tangled. Tens of thousands of miles away, Mo Tianji sat in the hand of Tianji. His face was full of an enigmatic smile. Second brother Gu, you should be very grateful to me. This kind of life and death experience, with all the experts in the world being your practice, is like a whip lashing you forward. You have no choice but to improve. Ha ha! Furthermore, I'm here to help you control everything. Although it's a bit far away, and there will be some omissions if you can't even handle those. What kind of brother Jia are you? Mo Tianji looked at the densely packed information in front of him and smiled sinisterly. Now, all the other people's information had been handed over to others to handle. Mo Tianji was going all out to blow Gu Duxing to the peak. Even if you're just a pig, I'll blow you to the heavens. Mo Tianji smiled sinisterly. It's a pity that the others don't have such an opportunity. If they were all whipped together like this, how satisfying would be. After thinking for a while, he suddenly frowned. If I were to frame them myself, and then cause a dispute, that's also a good idea. In Mo Tianji's secret chamber, a smug and lascivious laughter suddenly rang out. Outside, Mo Tianji's trusted subordinates felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but shudder. Whenever boss laughs like this, someone is bound to be unlucky. I wonder who will be the unlucky one this time. In the Daluo heaven, Gu Duxing fled from west to east, from east to north, from north to west, from west to south. He fought and killed along the way. Since this time, Gu Duxing had thoroughly established his lofty status of being invincible with one sword. The lonely swordsman, Gu Duxing, fought and killed along the way. He remained undefeated despite thousands of dangers and tribulations. He galloped freely in the Daluo Heaven Imperial Court. After this pursuit, if he heard anyone say, I've been through hundreds of battles in my life, Gu Duxing would definitely snort disdainfully. You've been through hundreds of battles in your life? That's nothing. I've been through no less than tens of thousands of battles in just 4 months. Motherfucker, I've been through hundreds of battles every single day. That's not even a single fucking day. You've been through hundreds of battles in your life, and you still have the nerve to brag in front of me. This pursuit was still ongoing. Over at Demon Emperor Heaven's side, Chuyang had already started to train his troops. After 4 months of continuous selection, in the second month, Chuyang very logically displayed the Heavenly Soldier banner. Of course, it was the flag of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. He officially started to recruit those experts who had passed the selection. For this, Chuyang specially occupied all the mountains outside Luohua City and used them as the headquarters of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Outside the mountains, he opened up countless training grounds and set up countless military camps. Every day, those who passed the selection would enter the military camps like flowing water. No one had any objections to this. because the ultimate purpose of their arrival was ultimately to fight the extraterrestrial demons and eliminate the extraterrestrial demons. Heavenly soldiers fighting the extraterrestrial demons was a matter of course and appropriate. It was a tit for tat. It was a perfect combination. Some people exclaimed in admiration. The name Heavenly Armament Pavilion was really too reasonable. As for the training of the troops, it was even more needless to explain. Since they were going to war, they naturally had to train their familiarity with each other, tacit understanding, cooperation, and even various skills such as charging in battle formations. No matter how strong your individual combat power was, it might not be able to play a big role in the ever-changing battlefield. Of course, unless you were a super expert like D. Of course, there were exceptions. The people who originally belonged to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion were scattered and assigned to various military camps as instructors. Of course, these instructors were not so easy to be, except for a small number of them. The rest of the soldiers were all higher in cultivation than the instructors. This reality made the instructors sullen to death. In addition to training the recruits, they also had to further train their own level. No matter what, their status could not be that low, right? If a dignified instructor could be beaten up by a random recruit, then there was no need to live. However, reality was so cruel, so they had to work hard to change the situation. In particular, the Chrysanthemum Saber King, Li Guan Yu, after being recruited, also took the title of Demon-Slaying Saber King in advance. He brought his people into the Heavenly Armament Pavilion in a grandiose manner. As soon as he entered, he displayed extraordinary strength. Chu Yang was very surprised to find that this person was not only a master of saber arts, but also a master of military strategy, tactical arrangements, planning, and so on. Handing over a team to him, there was no need to worry at all. At most, he just had to send a few more instructors over, and everything would be fine. Talent, Chu Yang sighed from the bottom of his heart. If it was not to kill the extraterrestrial demons and eliminate the extraterrestrial demons, how could such a talent be willing to submit to others, seeing that everything was going on the right track one by one? At this point, Chu Yang could be said to be greatly relieved. Now that everything was on the right track and the hundreds of millions of purple cloud coins had been spent, it was rare for Minister Chu to have some free time. Suddenly, he was filled with lust. This afternoon, he found Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian and winked at them to accompany him back. He said that he wanted to discuss some issues regarding the future development of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Zi Xieching, who was at the side, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This pervert, with a lewd look on his face, he looked like a pig whose brain was filled with sperm. Did he really think that everyone was so stupid that they couldn't tell? Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian, who were also aware of it, couldn't help but blush to their necks. They scolded angrily, "Get lost!" Minister Chu was shameless. He smiled and said, "We haven't had a meeting for more than a month. Let's have a meeting today." At the side, Bai Shixian said innocently, "The meeting is serious business. Sisters, you should go quickly." At the side, there was a burst of laughter. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were too ashamed to show their faces. They grabbed Chu Yang and gave him a beating. Then they sternly declared that they were not going back. Definitely not going back. Minister Chu hung his head dejectedly and left with his tail between his legs. During this period of time, Chu Yang also felt that his foundation for the saint-level cultivation had become much more solid. He was fully equipped with the strength to break through to a higher level. At present, the only thing he needed to prepare was to relax his body and mind. Then he could start to try to break through. He didn't expect Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian to be so resolute and reject him without hesitation. Minister Chu went back gloomily. He thought to himself, "Why don't I go and have a drink with the Tang clan's third young master, Yao Ningning and Tan Tan? Relax my mood." Those two idiots had disappeared ever since they started working. Occasionally, when they saw Chu Yang, they would run as far away as possible. They hated Chu Yang so much that his teeth itched. Now, he He finally found a chance to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, if he didn't teach them a lesson for 3 days, they would become unruly. However, when he was walking on the road, Chu Yang unexpectedly saw someone. This person had made all the hairs on Chu Yang's body stand on end. Tonight, the second lucky draw will be held at Weixin Public. From now on, everyone can leave a message. If you haven't followed my public Weixin, please turn on your phone and search for Wind Soaring the World.